It starts with a simple question and ends in objective reality. Through our journey from there to here, we find one another and ourselves. And as the next 24 hours breaks free from our last, we gaze onward in reflection of the day.
Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up.
Saturday, July 12th, 2025. Thank you for joining me today. Had a little YouTube issue to start there. Sorry for the delay. These days, they tend to kind of trip us up as we get started sometimes, and I have to jump to another pirate channel. So sorry for those that are there. If you're still on YouTube, the question is why. But let's get started today. Very important follow-up to this whole Epstein just chaos. I mean, it is really, it's not really unexpected. A lot of people have been seeing this building, the kind of crumbling of the partisan hold on a lot of people. So the title in general today, obviously, is that focal point, not just Epstein, but Epstein and the Israel issue around it. Is that lie breaking apart the two-party illusion right now? Like the final nail in the coffin. I feel like we've been seeing this come for a long time, but I really genuinely think because of the previous few agendas that I think have fallen flat, but right now more than ever, it is just completely ripping apart. But maybe it's sort of by design. We saw the third party float from Elon Musk. Maybe it's both. Very much have to consider that today. But it's going to be an important conversation as it goes over that larger point. But as we follow up on what's going on with the Epstein story, we follow up on what's going on with Israel's connection to that. But a lot of other points we're going to get into in the beginning that I think are really relevant to all of this. But as usual, we frame the title as something I think is maybe the general focal point. But for those that don't, for the title skimmers out there who don't really watch the show but try to present what they think it's about, they never really understand that we talk about so much more than what's just in the title. That's why it's a long show. We go through quite a lot. So we're going to start today with an important conversation around immigration that I think is important because that definitely relates to a lot of what we're seeing today, but really just some catching up points around Garcia and a few other moving parts in the Supreme Court rulings and what's happening around all that, and a major part about ICE. Because I think the ICE national police dynamic that's building out is very important to a few other larger points we're going to make around, the technocratic drive, but an interesting overlap that we talked about during the World Economic Forum, COVID-19, Build Back Better conversation, which was the bio-digital convergence. An interesting video that was sent to me from the FDA perspective, talking about the digital convergence. I thought it was important to bring that into light around where this is going. And a great post that Orwell sent me around drones and a company building this whole ecosystem of control out. All of this, as I think you've seen before, as I've discussed not recently, but a lot over the years, how all this ties back in together with what's happening, where it's building toward what's always been going on, and how that then relates with this interesting kind of breakdown of the partisan conversation, and then what they're doing in response to that. It's as much as I've said this a lot over the, probably 6 months or more, and it's a classic idea, the darker before the dawn kind of idea, that we're going to see this get more intense. If is happening what I think is happening, which I think is becoming very clear to most, that it will get more intense. It's going to get worse in a lot of ways, because a power structure that is losing power is not going to make it easy for you. It's not going to stand up and say, oh, you got us. We were wrong. You can see it. We'll give up. It's going to be more difficult and more. But my point in saying all that is that we're on a positive path, even if it feels terrible, uncomfortable, because change can be uncomfortable, but it's the change that we're all seeking, the positive shift away from this broken structure that we're in. So to think of it that way, make sure, to stand back and look at it as a positive flow of change, it makes it, it's at very least, it's easier to understand why everything feels the way it does, and why people can feel so desperate, why people can act so irrationally, because their entire worldview is falling apart in front of them. And, at the same time, try to find some compassion for people out there that are, as much as they may have been smug and indifferent and whatever it is, or not, try to find some compassion for the people that are really having a difficult time trying to grapple with what's happening. Their entire world is falling apart in front of them, and that is a downside in the long run to what this is, but it will be better in the long run, I argue, for everyone, including them, to see beyond what has controlled their lives all this time. But hopefully question all of that. Don't take what I'm saying at face value. Consider what I'm saying as we go through it. But either way, hopefully we can see some awakening to long-held lies. And I think that's a bigger part of what we're talking about. But let's get into this, and then all of that, of course, as it overlaps with Epstein and stuff we talked about. But let's start with a shout out to Sal the Agorist, always doing great work. It's where I got this image from. I'm not sure if it was something he made. He just simply posted it with no commentary. Nonetheless, want to shout out where I saw it. It obviously an AI image of Trump giving Epstein the Medal of Honor with Netanyahu kind of looking from the side. And it's what's interesting about this whole thing. This is not about one person or one. It is such a bigger, kind of just nebulous blob of evil. I think we're watching, in its own ways, kind of floundering for more control, even if it's not staying with the same agenda. My point in saying all that, though, is that remember, Netanyahu, Trump, even Epstein. These are more so apparatuses, symptoms, maybe not symptoms, but parts of a larger whole. And I think it's really important to think of it like that, because if Trump, as much as some people may put him up on a pedestal, is really just one element of a control structure. I don't even think he's fully aware of how he's being used at the end of the day. But Epstein, as much as it was a major development and awareness, moment of awareness, it is just one piece of this larger thing. And that's why I related it to Israel and how our country is dealing with that and the people becoming aware of that. Why that's breaking the partisan game is because, as maybe you're new to this conversation, but we've been really harping on this, Israel, amongst other countries, by the way, if not all of the governments we could probably talk about, use manipulation. What is the name of the Mossad? Through deception, thou shalt create war, or some paraphrasing point. That's what the tagline is. Not that that's much different than the CIA, but recognize that the sexual blackmail dynamic that was exposed through this, that is the Israeli think discussion. That's coming from the larger point, and there's evidence around all of that, proof, if not, or rather, of Israel doing that. But in this larger conversation, the point is knowing that Israel is conducting types of operations, whether or not Israel is using that to take control, influence our government. Now, with that question, stand back and look at the overwhelming amount of evidence of every politician, and AIPAC funding, and the statements they make that seem counter to their interests, standing up for Israel at a time when everyone can see them committing genocide. It really becomes self-evident. Embarrassing to not be honest about at this point. And that is what I think is truly causing trouble for people that are kind of grappling between blind support for the team they think is better than the other side and acknowledging that that team is supporting whatever you think this is, pedophiles, deep state. And I don't know how you can keep both those thoughts at the same time. That's what cognitive dissonance is. It's quite uncomfortable. But shout out to Sal for pointing this out. Just kind of being, I think, the right commentary. Now, we're going to get into some important things before we get to the Epstein overlap and Israel. And I think all of these do relate, as always. That's why I try to put them together. But just so you know that part is going to be probably halfway through the show. We're going to go through that in depth. But you already know what's going on if you followed our last show. But we're going to talk about a few things to start. Like I said, immigration and getting into some health conversation. EPA, fluoride, geoengineering, mRNA shots, even a conversation that overlaps with Pam Bondi and the Epstein in regard to Pfizer. Hopefully connecting some dots for people that show you this is much bigger than just even Epstein's story. It is a broken government structure that doesn't care about you on either side of the paradigm. But before we get to that, a point about some lawfare. Now, we've talked about this a lot over the years. Probably months around me being sued, our TLAV being sued illegitimately around claims of copyright, which I've gone over this many times in the show, not to dive all back into it now. We are being taken advantage of, and we ultimately won, at least in the one case. The rest have seemed to have vanished, which says something because we won in a way, but we lost because we still had to spend, right now it looks like it's going to be just over $50,000, which I've said before, in regard to spending this for the lawyers, for the back and forth, all the different mediation, and winning because they lost money, but ultimately still lost because we spent all that money to fight it, which was the whole point. This is the show we did about that to make sure you saw it, TLAV Lawfare, with one of the groups right there in the front. The reason I'm bringing it up today is because I found it really relevant to think about a couple of points that stood out to this before we go into everything else, which one was all of this started just all like a waterfall 4 different lawsuits coming off of different, three different law groups, but all related to the same general conversation, each of which had to do with the Epstein and Israel were the main focal points of this entire thing on all of the lawsuits, which is interesting, right? Now this is coming out and what's going on with Israel, a very telling timing of this all happened right after October 7th. And then after we won this last one, which they ultimately ended up winning about $1,000 from us, that I settled out with them, and they spent, my lawyer told me, probably over $100,000 to fight for that. Somebody put them to this, and I think that's very obvious. Remember, I even showed you one of the documents that was sent to me that was signed in Hebrew, almost to make a point, from a New York law firm. Very strange thing to do, in my opinion. But the point is, I think it's interesting and relevant to think about why this was happening. It's probably happening to a hell of a lot more people than just TLAV. That they are out there right now trying to suppress and threaten and use lawfare to scare people away from pointing out the obvious. But again, think about this in the context of where we are now. And this is just one small example, but think about what anybody who wants to stop something from happening, or people who are powerful, are doing to people in our governments, if this is what's happening to average podcasters. Now, I also want to highlight, before we get into everything else, on the next show we do, hopefully tomorrow, but going to be very soon, follow up on Israel in general. There's a lot I was going to get to around Gaza and that food line, the same old thing, the never-ending genocide that continues to get worse every single day. Horrible things, but one that I didn't want you to miss in regard to the larger picture that does relate to what we're talking about today. This was a major story. Here's the actual article from the Jerusalem Post. I didn't want anyone to miss this. Survivors testify. Members of the Knesset participated in sadistic sexual rituals involving minors. And this goes back a long way. Multiple people testifying involves members of Congress, policemen. I mean, it's wild. And people in the Knesset stood up and called this a watershed moment. There's a problem here. And we talked about this in this clip where I broke it down from the previous show, which also goes into some of the other points around the different conversation. For example, that reports from around the world have said that Israel's becoming that's the wrong article. I'm trying to think of the term they use, a safe haven for pedophiles. This title you're seeing says many accused Jewish pedophiles in the U.S. flee to Israel. And then, of course, the other part about the IDF and how their sexual abuse has only gotten worse, despite the reports. Went from 1 in 6 to 1 in 3 women being abused in the IDF over the process of 4 or 5 years, even though it was being called out. This is being included because of what we're talking about today, and showing that this is, and it's not about every Jewish person or every Israeli, but it is clearly about the power structure that has allowed this to fester and grow. Very important. Now, that's not these three. I didn't bring it up just to point it out again, because of this as well, and the Epstein overlap and the sexual blackmail dynamic. But Mint Press News on the 9th, breaking: 10 Israeli soldiers have been arrested for sexual assault. The Israeli military police have arrested the soldiers who were part of Israel's air defense units for sexually assaulting younger soldiers. This is not new, guys. And here I could probably, since I mentioned it just on the video, I'm sure I could show you the articles I was referencing, which I believe one was from Times of Israel. And it goes into the history right there. Right. So here's just one of them anyway. A third of Israeli female soldiers were sexually harassed in 2021. That went up from 1 in 6 in 2019, I think. The other article's in there. So the point is, this is now July 9th, 2025, and you have 10 soldiers being arrested for sexually abusing younger soldiers. Do you think that a power structure cares about these things when these things are so blatant and only get worse? That's a question. I don't know for sure, but I certainly have an opinion. Mariam Barghouti on the 10th, the next day. According to interviews done by Save the Children, the majority of Palestinian children that were taken into Israeli military detention by Israeli soldiers were subjected to sexual violence or had to watch another child be subjected to sexual violence. This is insane, she writes. I concur. What's more insane is that Save the Children has not yet dropped the report and shared it widely. They have previously shared updated reports on Palestinian detainee children and what they're subject to by Israelis. Yet this year, when it is most crucial to document and share these crimes, they're holding on to the report. They have crucial testimony, and this needs to be shared. These are testimonies that were shared by children to push for accountability, not to have their to have to relive their trauma to some international organization just so they could withhold it from the public. The point is, this stuff is everywhere. Now, there's many reasons why. Maybe they're trying to make sure it goes at a time when it actually will get seen. Maybe it's because they're being threatened. Maybe because they're not working for the truth. It's all possible. The bottom line is this never stops. And this shouldn't even be balked at with said Tiamin and raping male adult soldiers and being cheered on by their mainstream media, arguing that that's supposed to be what's happening. The reports about children being abused in these prisons in Israel, and by the way, why children are in military prisons in the first place, same old question, same answer. This goes back well before October 7th. It's just it's unnerving to see that this is being allowed by the very people that we're pretending, or that outwardly pretend to be fighting for freedom and liberty and safety and equality, and then absolutely support the worst of the worst of the worst of the worst everywhere you look. Now, this just is some breaking news. Right before I went live, I saw this just to include it. We'll talk about it in the next show. Israeli strike on a U.S. nonprofit clinic kills at least 15 in Gaza. A nonprofit clinic. But, it's Hamas and Human Shields, Human Tunnel, whatever. Are we done talking about? Can everyone just move on? Do we even have to give an excuse anymore? That's what Israel's thinking right now. Nobody seems to care outside of the people that everywhere care. I'm talking about the power structures. We all see it. They know we all see it. They all keep doing it. Nothing happens. That's the story. What can you do? What can you do to make something happen? That's the question you should be asking yourself. What can I do to make this stop? And I'm not ever talking about violence or anything illegal. The bottom line is this is never ending, and they're murdering people with just blithe indifference, knowing you know what they're doing. Our politicians are supporting them, knowing you know what they're doing. This is all relevant to what we're talking about today, guys. They don't care about what you're seeing because they're not working for you. I don't know how much clearer this can be. Now, what's interesting, by the way, let me play this right now, just because this certainly seems to be relevant, and we'll come back to it. This is we're going to get to the Tucker overlap, and maybe, we got a lot to get to today. Maybe it won't get to everything, but this clip with Tucker and what is his name? Sager from, Crystal Ball and what's his name on Breaking Points, I believe. They're talking about in this interview about Israel and the bigger conversation, but something James Lee highlights is what he argues, which my opinion about Tucker. He's doing work right now that I think is important, that I do think is reaching people. I do not trust the intention. That's my opinion. Never disregard the work if you think it's important, whether or not you think the intentions are true. That's the point about opportunism and the truth just mattering. But call out what you think is intent or not, or your opinion about it, which I do. My point, though, is that this is important, regardless of his intention. But consider why the truth can be used or how it can be used, especially when they know you're paying attention. Right? When all of a sudden everyone starts to see through something, those are when certain people jump ahead using the truth to get you to support them for future manipulations. This stuff happens. Doesn't mean we should assume that everyone telling the truth is dishonest, but question it, guys. That's all it comes down to. My point is, this clip here is talking about why they think this is happening. Now, Tucker's clearly being kind of categorized as like someone calling this out, and he is, and now on somehow not the Tucker, the Trump team in a way, which I find really interesting. But the idea that they're doing this because they're telling the world, the bad people of the world, we have your back. I mean, how else can you see this right now? Whether it's with Israel and the genocide, whether it's with everything they're doing, supporting it and suppressing the Epstein information. They know you see them, guys. Their base sees them. And yet they are standing strong. They're saying we're doing it because they know they get the support of this dark structure, whatever you want to call it, whatever you think it is, the bad in the world that keeps them in power. Consider this.
I have to listen to this exchange between Tucker and Sager because they expose the exact purpose why the Trump administration has to cover up the Epstein files.
Or their argument, right? Consider this. They could be lying. They could be wrong, as always.
The whole thing that this tape shows he didn't kill himself is like a joke. But worse than that, it's a joke that we all get. they're not fooling anybody. So I feel like we're at a dangerous point now.
Yeah, I agree, because the lie is more it's not, the lie at this point is not even part of trying to convince any of this is true.
Yes.
The lie is a signal to everybody else involved in the scheme that to the ultimate ends, the United States government will go to protect all of you.
Yes.
And that's the for
Man,
what
is that smart.
purpose?
Can you say that again? Okay,
Yes.
so it's
Am I crazy, or is that not complicated at all? This is what I get suspicious about. This whole grant, this gosh, gee golly, break it down for, like, it feels dishonest to me. I mean, listen to it again. I think it's very simple. They're simply saying to the people that are bad that we support you, not the people that we claim we support. And we have your back. So keep us in power.
point now.
Yeah, I agree, because the lie is more it's not the lie at this point is not even part of trying to convince any of this is true.
Yes.
The lie is a signal to everybody else involved in the scheme.
The lie is a signal to everyone else involved in the scheme
That to the ultimate ends, the United States government will go to protect all of you.
that we will do anything to support you. Does that not seem like the most basic sentiment in the world? So why does it need to be this year? That's such a smart, in-depth, deep. I just find that weird. Now, regardless, it's a good point to make, to consider, rather. Is it that the U.S. government is simply telling the world that we will support all of your evil schemes, we'll support the Israeli genocide, we'll support, or, not in like a broad sense, but specifically to the group we're talking about, whether that's Israel or whoever else is, dictating what we're talking about in regard to the sexual blackmail, in regard to the globalist, technocratic, whatever it is. I think that's a valid point to consider. And quite frankly, why I'm saying it's not that complicated is because it's what we've all been saying for a very long time, but I'm glad it's being discussed right now.
And that's the for
Man,
what
is that smart.
purpose?
Can you say that again? Okay,
Yes.
so it's a signal.
The lie is not for you and me. The lie is for those implicated to say, no matter what, we will protect you. And then we have to start asking the question, why? As in, what is the purpose of this entire thing? Why does it matter that it happens right before the Israeli prime minister comes to Washington for the third time?
Ooh, a lot of noticing going on in that last part. And the timing of that, definitely not a coincidence. I mean, it's basically undeniable at this point that this story is about intelligence, specifically Epstein's ties to a certain foreign intelligence. And that's why we have to keep asking about Epstein, because our national sovereignty is literally at stake here.
I agree. I think that's a good video. I think James Lee's doing good work. It's pointing out what's important. But I think what's interesting is to see the way that people are, the information, how it flows around the story. And it doesn't have to be a nonstop string of we've been talking about this for years, but it's important to remember that, guys. Or Whitney's books themselves. Like, realize that literally every major development, it's all right there. It's sitting right on my shelf. Like, it's not hard to know this stuff if you've been paying attention. So that's not, again, to say that we should dismiss where this is going and who's seeing it, but just ask yourself, just like with COVID-19, who are all you out there, exactly what I'm talking about. The people who stood up and started saying, we see it and they're trying to hurt you, and then suddenly swung it around to selling you mRNA shots, right? That's how this always works. So just keep that in mind. So we're going to come back to that. I just felt that was a good time to play that clip with the point I was making there. But I'm going to try to do this reasonably quickly, not that this stuff's unimportant, but because this is not the focus today. But we'll get back to that in 1 minute. Now, consider how all of these things overlap with the larger point today. Now, in regard to immigration and Garcia, I don't want you to miss this. Gilmar Brego Garcia could be deported to Mexico or South Sudan. The places where literally, like specifically the Sudan, that the U.S. government has warnings for Americans to go to because it's not safe, but telling us that it's okay because it's a safe haven for them. Now, this alleviates the concern from the original point that they weren't allowed to remove him to El Salvador, which was the only real original point that our structure cared about. Even though the real point for me was never about that at all, disregarding Supreme Court as much as that's important, but about the fact that he was never given due process that everyone is afforded, illegal alien, green card holder, visa holder, in the process of either any of those things or American citizen alike. That's the fact. So the point is that now bringing him back and doing this fake dog and pony show and maybe sending him to South Sudan is rightly, we've already discussed, is rightly very suspicious, and I think it's clumsy. They're just trying to give you a fake process, whatever it rules, they're going to send him away anyway, which makes no sense. Then why give him a process, which everyone's picking up on? But this is just them saying, kind of letting the cat out of the bag about where he may go. Judge now Scholes Justice Department for, quote, refusal to detail deportation plans for Garcia. Like, this is, basically they were forced to be clear about it, but they're trying to they're dishonest in everything they're doing. acting like they have to somehow be dishonest because they're secretly trying to trick us into something that's wrong. The only thing wrong happening here is the way the current administration is dealing with any of this. On top of that, judge signals she will protect Abrego Garcia from hasty second deportation. So just quickly updating you where this is going. That is as of today or yesterday. And the point is that they're simply saying, we see what you're doing. We're not going to let this happen. But so far, they haven't really cared a lot about what the courts have been saying. Now, Melnick also points out that this is in regard to Garcia as well. Kyle Chaney reports Judge Zenas comes in hot this morning after DOJ fails to produce the ICE detainer to keep him locked up, Garcia. She won't take the DOJ's word that it exists. They came in literally just expecting them to go, yeah, we've got it back there somewhere, so go forward. They need to present this. It says, quote, you have taken the presumption of regularity and you've destroyed it, in my view, which is actually really crazy from a legal perspective, as he says. Hard to express to non-lawyers just how shocking it is to see a federal judge telling the Department of Justice that they've destroyed the presumption of regularity. It's basically a bedrock rule of federal courts that the federal government gets this presumption. Because they know they keep lying about basic things, seems to no longer exist. What it's showing you is the way that they're trying to be dishonest about this. They have gamed this from day one for their benefit at the expense of everybody, including Americans who think they're getting what they want. You're being played. And this is not about that, especially since they've already released and dropped the charges on all the leaders of MS-13 because, of course, Bukele made a deal with them. Oh, yeah, that lie they sold about how they turned it into a bastion of freedom in that country because they got rid of the Democrats and the woke. No, what they did is they made a deal with the fascist, a deal with the gangs. They told you they were going to fight. And that's why it pretends to be safe. I mean, that's what they're doing across the world right now, whether it's technocracy, Zionism, or just good old fashioned imperialism and authoritarianism. They're trying to remake the world in that image while giving you a fake, what's the best way to frame that? Giving you a fake image of what it looks like, but trying to remake it in an authoritarian way. I mean, it's everywhere you look right now. Mark Levin comes in and says, only in America does a POS like this, meaning Mohammed Khalil, the guy with no criminal record, who has squeaky clean record, who ultimately works with people everywhere who have the highest opinion of him. I mean, it's just insane to watch what these monsters will do. Mark Levin from Fox News, the rabid Zionist that he is, trying to make this guy into a POS. Why? Because he supports Palestine, which is literally the only thing they can throw at him, but they just turn that into hates Jews and then lies about cornered people in a library and chanted with Palestine, hates Jews. It's just lie after lie after lie, all of which has been proven to be false. Why? Because they had to force out these things through the court process. All the lies they spun about what they didn't hold up. That's why he's not in jail. And people like this don't care about the truth. They care about Mark Levin and the Zionist agenda. And so they say this POS, only in America does an innocent person who is falsely charged turn around to bring a $20 million lawsuit against the country. Yeah. I shouldn't say only in America, but in fact, you're making the exact opposite point. What you're trying to highlight is that in this country, you don't want innocent people to be able to turn around and sue a authoritarian government for trying to unjustly charge them, because this guy's not fighting for America. I think that's pretty obvious, but good for him for standing up and suing Trump for what they did, or suing the Trump administration for what they did to this man. I mean, if you were still out there trying to create nonsense, trying to claim that this guy deserves anything he got, then you're either a disgusting person, a wildly uninformed, naive child, or a Zionist. Because it's the same as trying to pretend like Ozturk is somehow justifiably arrested because they support Palestine. You're losing. I hope you guys know that. Aaron Melnick points out, wow, this thread makes clear just how much DeSantis lied about Alligator Alcatraz. You want to know how? The same way they've lied about damn near everything else they're doing. Because if they claimed it was the worst of the worst, Florida Highway Patrol is doing clearly pretextual arrests, window tints, seat belts, not a joke, and sending every undocumented immigrant they stop to this camp in Alligator Alcatraz. Worst of the worst, huh? No. The leaders of MS-13, they let them go. They're going after anybody they can to snow a bunch of blind following Republicans who don't understand they're being played, and the rest of the people that don't care. That I don't think is even the majority, close to a majority of conservatives. They're all calling this out. Not this topic, but everything else around Epstein, and slowly, hopefully recognizing what this was actually about. Now, this is you still breaking down some very important hypocrisy. Many of these examples are swinging around. This is Paul A. Stuzpula. First, it says, U.S. citizens won't be deported. Ana Navarro is lying to fearmonger. But in terms of deporting all the illegals, heck yeah. Despite the fact that the vast majority they've gone after have not been illegal and most of them have no criminal record. But it says on the 10th of July, today would be a great day to legally deport Zohran Mamdani, an American citizen. Who cares though? It's all about what Trump says we're supposed to think today, right, guys? Dr. Simon Godek says the U.S. government is actively covering up the biggest foreign-backed child trafficking and blackmail operation in modern history. And what are conservative influencers talking about? Not Epstein, not Mossad, not the intelligence agencies involved. They're posting about deporting immigrants. You can't make this up. Well, you can. They're following orders. The crazy thing about this is that why do you think the focal point is on the immigration? How long have I been telling you about the Israeli overlap to weaponized migration? I'll grab this one. We just talked about this. Just that one. Leave it at that. There's plenty I could pull up. Weaponized migration and experimentation, tools for subversion, division, and manufacturing consent. Now, what's crazy is most Republicans agree with that. They just don't want to point at Israel or have been misled by the Kirks of the world to think that's not what's going on. But he says, we need more deportation. This is what you're going to get from them. These, like I'll show you in a minute. Let's bring up the Clintons and anything else, like I talked about with Elon Musk and Twitter before. Pedophiles and Muslims and whatever else, all of which things, there are relevant points to be made, but they are literally trying to get you with buzzwords and reactionary points. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they start bringing up all the things he brought up in the first election, but you can see them all doing this right now. Here is another example of, first of all, this is what I would come back to the two-party illusion. The ICE overlapped all of this as they're screaming for more deportations and driving forward the authoritarian police state that's rapidly growing in this country. Federal judge orders the DHS to limit what they're calling roving patrols in Los Angeles. The judge finds that the evidence shows the DHS officers are racially profiling people, which, guys, I mean, everyone knows that. This funny thing is the ones that pretend it's not happening are secretly going, yeah, because they're the bad ones. They're all illegals, in my opinion. The reality is it's unbelievably clear, even for their own statements, that they're racially profiling. And it says to demand their papers. Remember, they told you the papers, please dynamic, stop and frisk. They told you that's what they wanted. It's not secret, all of which is unconstitutional. They say, he writes, which all sides agree is illegal and orders DHS to stop these unlawful practices. So they're just showing you, they're just randomly stop and frisk based on your skin color. That's been happening nonstop. On top of that, Donald Trump now declares, as of today, total authorization for ICE agents. So, I mean, look, I know there are smart conservatives out there that maybe completely disagree with me about what's happening with immigration. That's okay. Maybe I'm wrong. But I know this is bad. It's somewhere in you, giving this much power to any force, any authority figure, it goes right back to the founding ideals of this country. And I know you know that. It doesn't matter what the narrative is. Like with COVID, you don't say, shall not be infringed except when there's a pathogen. It's the same argument, guys, and you know that. So this gets bad. President Trump has granted federal immigration agents total authorization to defend themselves following clashes with protesters during a recent enforcement operation, which we're going to talk about in the next show, most likely the next show. Really, we've talked about the broader points of what this topic is. It's about how it's being misrepresented, used by partisans, but there's so much to get to today. It was a cannabis farm, a legal cannabis farm, by the way, which they all want to pretend isn't the case or is irrelevant somehow because they're, I guess, the token Republican cartoons that still think marijuana is bad for you. But the point is that in California, there was immigrants, I believe illegally. I haven't gone in depth into it, but it doesn't surprise me. There's illegal immigration all over this country that Trump, in many ways, will tell you is okay. Farms and hotels and leisure, that's all okay. But the moment it happens in a way we can go after Gavin Newsom, oh my God, kids at a farm, which, again, law matters, okay? If they're there illegally and you are forced to live in the state of society, well, then yes, then they should be held accountable for that. But the way they've spun this into almost like a borderline human trafficking narrative is insane while they're ignoring Epstein and an actual human trafficking network. It just shows you how lazy this is. Now, it would have been a good point to get into today, but it's sort of redundant for a lot of reasons, but we will talk about it. One, because of the cannabis point, I can't ignore that, but we'll come back to it. The point is simply to understand a legal farm in California where they arrested illegal immigrants, and apparently there were children there that were working on the farm, and they've kind of spun this into that larger story. Now, it's relevant for the obvious legal issues that are there. My point is obviously about Trump and the way he's engaging with areas just exactly like this in places that he's okay with. So if he's able to go, you're not a bad illegal immigrant because you work on that farm, why is this one any different? because Charlie Kirk decided so? Seems pretty stupid at the end of the day, right? We'll come back to it, though. But the law is law, and it should be applied equally and fairly, which is clearly not what's happening from Trump's own mouth. But it says he had watched in disbelief as, quote, thugs were violently throwing rocks and bricks. Okay, so you have people protesting and angry they came to arrest illegal aliens, and I believe the overlap is more than that. I think there are people that were not necessarily here illegally. They got swept up in it, like always. The point, though, is people throwing rocks at people in authority for doing what they think is wrong. Oh my God, it's a bombshell. Like, of course, what he's doing is the Israeli tactic. You throw a rock, then we're going to attack you. I thought we were supposed to be demonstrating that that's not how we are to the world, right? I thought it was wrong to attack protesters. Here's the point. If they break the law, which is the way they're going to try to frame this, then arrest them. They throw a rock at the car, good, charge them with vandalism. The idea that you're going to turn this into some massive, here's my promise to you, that if this happens, they're going to go after anyone they can in that group to well beyond what the law should be. Deportation, removing citizenship, including potentially American citizens, if they happen to be naturalized. And in many cases, as Trump has even floated, even if they're born here. So recognize how this is turning with ICE that has a police budget that's more than most militaries in the world. And the idea that you're now telling them they have total authorization to respond as you see fit to anything that happens. I mean, how do you actually make any argument how do you make sense of this? How do you argue this is what is in line with American values? What, by declaring that Democrats are so bad, this is what we have to do? You're lost. You're being played. Even if that's the truth, by the way, you're still being played. Now he says, therefore, I am directing the Cristian Noem and Tom Homan to instruct all ICE, Homeland Security, and other law enforcement. Oh, okay, so now it just spins out to literally anywhere and everything, no matter what the context, whether it's Homeland Security, ICE, police officers, or your local sheriff. Now apparently they can do whatever they want if they decide that you're acting a certain way. This is insane. And it's mind-blowing that people aren't calling this out more. He says, who is on the receiving end of thrown rocks, bricks, or any other form of assault. That's already a crime. You don't need to embellish this and make it worse. You're just trying to punish certain acts that you view through a certain political lens. That's all this is. They throw a rock, then arrest them for it. To make it something bigger is politically motivated. And it's just to stop their cars and arrest these slime balls who are stopping you from what they believe is wrong, or what you're doing in many cases, which is shockingly illegal. But it says using whatever means necessary to do so. That's an insane thing to say about American citizens who are simply protesting, whether they're doing it in ways you think are wrong or not. I am giving total authorization for ICE to protect itself just like they protect the public. Now, if this was a MAGA protest and they were throwing rocks at Democrats trying to protect a transgender clinic, you think that would be allowed? Do you think they would go after them with violence? Or do you think suddenly they would say, well, it's always the same thing, guys. Your partisan your mindset blinds you to facts. But this, even if everything you think here is okay, will continue well beyond this and be used against you. Mark my words. Cristian Noem says, our ICE officers risk their lives every day to protect Americans. Hardly. I mean, look, there's plenty of examples where you could argue that what they did could stop somebody from committing crimes. But to argue that ICE officers risk their lives to protect Americans I would dispute that with the FBI and plenty of others based on their majority track record. But certainly people will disagree. They have our backs. Thank you, President. The same thing. I was on my way back from Texas and I watched in disbelief as thugs were violent. I've got the clip here. They basically throwing rocks at the car. I mean, that's, this is what he's talking about. They're trying to drive away. People are trying to stop them. Yeah, they throw some rocks as they try to drive away. Yeah, that's it. That's it. It's an insurrection, according to Steve Miller. Insurrection, he calls it. Waving foreign flags. Insurrection. My God, these people. Stephen Miller is working for Israel. He's a Zionist. It's not even secret. It's actually outspoken from Besant and Miller and Huckabee. Guys, he's watching people stand there and protest. Fine. If that one guy who threw a rock, then arrest him. To try to make this invalidated is what they're destroying this country's values. And you're screaming it on like a bunch of children. For those that are. Now, of course, as David Icke said, and we'll come back to the Epstein point. He goes, I see Alex is back on script. Didn't take long. Colts are like that. Epstein, who's he? As the 11th, Democrat leaders defend violent attacks on ICE agents who just saved 11 children from being used as slave labor at a pot farm. My God. I mean, guys, to make that story, if you're going to be honest about this, then say that it was illegal immigration on a farm. You know why they don't say that? Because they're going to go, didn't Trump just say farms, certain farms are getting passes? Because this is dishonest coverage. That's why. I can be honest about illegal immigrants and the conversation about but people like this are trying to play you. He calls it domestic terror and real insurrection. Now, look, everyone, he's just trolling the left. Well, it doesn't matter what you think he's doing. The fact is he's stating that's a real insurrection after you guys just spent years screaming about how wrong it is to call January 6th an insurrection. It's just lazy how obvious this is. But he's playing you, like a lot of them are, whether they know it or not, into the direction that is against this country's interest. I mean, it's on the surface right now. Of course, this is one of the other things. Here's what the White House put out. This is not a joke. That's the White House account. ICE raised marijuana farms filled with illegal aliens. Okay, so the point is, raided a farm that has illegal aliens. It was filled with, there was illegal aliens that they arrested, which is no different than every other location they're doing it in. Or also no different than the farms Trump is allowing to not have that happen to. Obviously a valid point. And then he goes, crying Jimmy, they're just strawberry pickers, which is what they were. The same places that Trump is stopping. Now realize the strawberry pickers, you could say cannabis pickers. If you're focused on the cannabis part, you're very easy to manipulate. It is a legal farm in California. Legal. The point is they're agriculture workers. And the point is they produce homes. That's product. That's the White House account. You see my point, though, is they're focused on the cannabis thing because these people are so lost in their own political mindset. It is not against the law most places in this country. But they make an AI picture of a person in Congress to make fun of him. We are not a serious country right now. The people in power are embarrassing. No different than clumsy Biden who can't think straight. We're being used right now, but I can't stop noticing it. Aaron Melnick says, so the White House is posting fake AI images of members of Congress? FYI, legal grow operation, which it was. You can look it up for yourself. A licensed facility run by a legitimate company producing legal product. Whether that company complied with labor or immigration laws, different question. Exactly. And Aaron Melnick has been honest about these things the entire time. He's not afraid to point out that there are illegal aliens that have been arrested. The point is that for them to make this story is not about the illegal immigrants or any of it. They're trying to make this a distraction from everything from the trafficking conversation, from the fact that Trump just allowed aliens to exist in certain farms. It just pains me how dumb all this is. And then you get Zionist Miller jumping out and going, insurrection, waving foreign flags. There's at no point has that ever been a crime. He's just trying to use what they can in front of you. If you look at the flags, it's a Palestinian flag, Mexican flag. Why? Because they're people who are Hispanics being arrested because people are protesting for Palestine. It's insane. As Max Blumenthal says, Stephen, can you clarify whether you collaborated with Israeli intelligence in your crackdown on Palestine solidarity activists in the United States? And can you explain why your political priorities seem so overtly influenced by your ethno-religious loyalty to a foreign apartheid state? Please, thank you. Here's the Times of Israel article. Times of Israel, Trump team used Canary Mission site to target anti-Israel activists for deportation, of which Stephen Miller is connected to, is a part. I'm hoping people can start to see this, guys. My God, are we lost right now? I mean, just as a country, when it comes to the direction and the overtaking, I mean, I shouldn't even say it like that. Seeing as how I'm of the mind right now that we've never been more aware of that. It is a positive turn, and it's a very good thing that's happening, that people are finally starting to see what's actually controlling the outcome. Now, a health overlap, also very connected to this point, after which we will come back to the Epstein conversation and the two-party illusion. But in case you missed these as well, Derek Brose reported this yesterday. So the Trump administration's EPA releases a new guide on geoengineering, contrails, chemtrails, only to tell the public nothing to see here. Trump 2.0 is basically a limited hangout investigation of various conspiracies. Now, I haven't got into it yet. I plan to look further, but the Nicole Shanahan, I believe is her name, the RFK's old VP, apparently put out some whole report about the truth of geoengineering and all this stuff, but I'm very suspicious about this kind of binary playing of it all. We already know the information I'm going to go through it. Maybe there's new things she pointed out that are relevant, like I always will, regardless of whether I'm suspicious, as we all should. But here is the report. Information on contrails from aircraft. This is a go back to sleep document. So for all those that thought they were going to change everything and expose the reality, they're lying to you yet again. That is directly from the Trump EPA. Same point, also EPA, and Derek's going to do an article for the TLAV coming up soon. As I've been reporting, he says, was likely to happen. Remember all the screaming about Trump and RFK and fighting back the fluoride? Well, Trump's EPA has decided to continue the Biden EPA's appeal of the historic federal court ruling, which ordered the EPA to act on the dangers posed by water fluoridation. This is Michael Conant from the Fluoride Action Network. He's the one that Derek's been reporting. He's interviewed him more than once. He's fighting this case. He's saying after several extensions, the Trump administration has decided to appeal the court decision. Stand up, everybody. Scream about this. RFK Jr. even did a whole tap dance about fluoride. Now, is he genuine and Trump's not letting him do it? Is it irrelevant at this point? Call it out. Because what's crazy about this for me is that people right now, the usual suspects, are doing everything they can to make, for example, Epstein only about Pam Bondi and somehow just magically forgetting that Trump was involved with all of it, or that he's the one that put her there, or that he's the one dictating what she does because she's a blind order-following appointee like the rest of them. But it was only Bondi. She did it all. That's what we're going to get to. But my God, guys, unreal. But I guarantee you this gets barely any coverage by all the fake Maha out there, but you're the ones that are real. Call it out. Here's the ongoing coverage from Derek about this. Here's the last one I just put out, by the way. We'll have to cover this soon. I'll include this for you. Is Trump's EPA planning to continue the appeal? The answer now is yes. And you know how much pushback we got from this? Didn't you just hear RFK? He told you what was going to happen. Yeah, and those are the same ones now trying to tell you why this is a good thing. The same person. That's how confounding this is, because either they're so lost or they were never honest about it. On top of that, another EPA example coming also from Donald Trump's administration. Despite 2+ years passing since the Norfolk Southern train derailment in East Palestine, the EPA and Norfolk Southern continue to insist now in what they call the final phase of the waterway cleanup that there is no ongoing human health threat from the disaster. Can you believe that? Let's see if this pops up. Here it is. Look at that. Not only all the coverage from us, which I've included a couple important articles in this. The one talking about how the dioxin contamination that was found in the filters in the homes of people was up to 14,000% more than compared to controls. Very proven, peer-reviewed science. Or the fact that Norfolk Southern lied, which they did. I was one of the few that even covered this. Investigation found that the controlled burn was unnecessary and that they misled the volunteer fire chief. It was treated vinyl chloride. He knew that. He misheld it. They lied. And nothing ever happened to these people despite all this being public, despite TLAV standing on a mountaintop and screaming about this every day. Doesn't change because we need the Tuckers to break the story. We need them to carry, and that's what I tend to see as that barrier. That's why I don't believe it's honest. But I question it. Just recognize that this is known and that now the Trump EPA is letting it go. No accountability here, which is insane. Even this story got look at the case. It seems very clear to me that there's so obviously something going on with certain things in certain contexts. And this was the point to show you that even the Guardian from the June 19th, 2024, chemicals from East Palestine derailment spread to 16 different states. But yeah, let's pretend like there's no real ongoing issue, despite recent follow-ups showing people with the same problems, still getting migraine in their home, vomiting blood, all sorts of terrible things. We just talked about this. But I guess that doesn't matter because Trump's EPA says, just like Biden's EPA says. Toby Rogers points out a very important point. Here's the link to it right here from New York Times. How healthcare remade the U.S. economy. Here's what he says. Whoa, this is nuts. The U.S. used to make things. Now the U.S. just makes people sick and profits from them. We really need to absorb this. Top employer in each state in 1990, the majority was manufacturing. Look at this now. Top employer in each state in 2024. What's that, 90% healthcare? They see what's going on. They've driven us here. They recognize a profit motive, a control mechanism. That's my opinion anyway. I mean, explain this to me. Clearly that's not what everybody wants the focus to be. Alex Rosen, if you didn't see this one already, FDA just granted full approval for Moderna's mRNA COVID shot for age 6 months to 11 years old. We covered it. It is real. Alex Rosen says, guys, relax. Have faith. Trump administration is just approving heart attacks for infants to expose how bad heart attacks are, which, by the way, might as well be the exact logic we're seeing in every one of these conversations. But no one wants to talk about this one, do they? It's because it's impossible to sidestep. Another COVID-19 shot. What was that again about gold standard science? What was that again about mRNA shots and you're being aware of the risk? My God. I mean, this is why this stuff's breaking down, guys. As 5 times August points out, this is Moderna COVID shot for kids cleared in face of RFK criticism. Yeah, which maybe is the case, but as he says, us in January, pull the COVID shot. Us in February, pull the COVID shot. March, pull the COVID shot. April, pull the COVID shot. May, June, pull the COVID shot. Them in July, here's a new COVID shot for kids. It takes a special, this is why only the Kirks and Johnsons and Joneses are out there still pushing these lines, because you're either a blind follower or you're calling it out at this point. And a great thread by Josh Walkos, they told us in gain of function was banned. Now, we covered this too, right? Actually, I think I can grab that article. There it is. The gain of function head fake. All right, we covered this the day this came out. You know why? Because you could have read the document for yourself instead of listening to what Jones told you. And the document showed you they were lying to you, that they were not stopping gain of function. They were becoming the leaders in the safe, quote, safe version of gain of function in the world. Or rather, they said the less dangerous or whatever the term was. So in fact, they were becoming the leader of gain of function. Just we're going to stop the ones we argue were the bad ones. They lied to you guys. You got played. And as Josh Walkos covers, however, a new peer-reviewed study funded by the U.S. government shows scientists engineering novel flu viruses with enhanced ability to infect humans. Literally the definition of gain of function in one form. They say it's for surveillance, but I'll show you it's just semantic subterfuge. The point is surveillance or not, that's the whole thing. That's the same thing they did before. They study it in the lab to find out, which is actually ridiculously illogical. There's no way that makes sense to me, but it's a bioweapon discussion, guys. It's the dual use is the real way to frame it. It could be bio, it could be whatever you want to claim the positive side is. So this study is showing you yet again that they're doing gain of function. And in fact, the exact same way that they were doing before. So they didn't even stop the dangerous versions. They just kept doing it. Yet again, being played. Now it's important to be able to stand up and call this out. Admit it. We've all been played at some point, guys. That's the important thing, is to go, okay, I see it now. I made a mistake. I'm going to call it out. I've been there. We've all been there. Now on the Pfizer aspect of this, which I think is really important to point out. This has been circulating. I just want to make sure you saw that it was, in fact, a real story. This headline is going around recently. It really stems back, as far as I can tell, to a Miami Herald article. But here's the headline circulating. U.S. Department of Justice reportedly dropped an investigation into Pfizer after Pam Bondi assumed office as Attorney General. Why? Because she has connections with Pfizer. Here's the Miami Herald article. Bondi made changes to the DOJ policy. Her former client, Pfizer, might have benefited. It is it's actually incredible to me how much this connects. It's almost like they tried to show you and you just didn't want to see it. For the past several years, pharmaceutical giant Pfizer has been under investigation by the U.S. Think about this. Now, again, I don't think there's any difference between it's just your U.S. government and the people they use to manipulate you. But if you want to see it differently, explain to me why the Biden administration was investigating Pfizer and now Trump drops that. Of course, you could argue that it was never real and they just did it to make you think that. You could question that. The same light question whether Trump's doing anything just to get you to think a certain thing as opposed to actually caring about it. The point is they're investigating Pfizer, and then Bondi, who worked for them, comes on board and they drop the investigation. Simple as that. They were investigating for potential foreign corruption violations related to its activities in China and Mexico. But it went ahead and let you use their dangerous products, though, because that's okay. It says, but that appears to have changed after the Trump administration tapped Pam Bondi to lead the Justice Department. Simple, guys. She come on board, they stop. And now they're working with Pfizer to give you more dangerous shots. Now, here's the point about the bioconvergence I thought was interesting. This is a clip from the FDA Direct episode 11. This was July 11th, yesterday. Just a couple points about the direction of this, the convergence of these new technologies, which is what they keep telling you, wearables and all of that. Tucker Carlson's new investor or whatever, Levels, is all about wearables. Like it's very clear where this is going. Here's the clip, a part of it anyway.
Going to be and not where it is. Because in this job where we're regulating medical products that are on the cutting edge of technology, that are convergent, between different types of tech, digital devices, regular medical or more conventional medical devices, drugs, data, et cetera, you have to keep pace.
Very well said.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and that's whether we want it or not, right? So they're telling you we just have to keep pace with the technological event. What if they're dangerous? What if we don't want that? Nah, it doesn't matter. We have to keep pace because China or whatever. Yeah, that's whatever the logic is. It's not what we're not deciding these things. Well, do Americans want these things? Do we want you to drive us in the direction of the biodigital convergence? Probably not.
So that's really the spirit of what we're trying to do. And that's not to minimize anyone's level of discomfort with how fast it's happening. We really...
Yeah, we hear it, but we don't care. Like, got it. Thank you.
Are hoping that, and we've talked before about ways that we're looking to engage frontline review staff, managers, more senior leaders.
All the people that are desperately concerned about this direction, and most of them not taking the COVID shots anymore. I love when we don't want to minimize those feelings. Well, so the way you frame that makes it clear that you don't want to minimize. We're going to talk about it all day, but have they played any factor on what you're doing? No, clearly not, because we don't want it. You're doing it anyway. So just, we don't want to minimize it though. We'll talk about it all day, but then we'll ignore it just the same. That's who these people are. Now, I'm not saying inherently dishonest or evil. That point always applies. I'm never suggesting that we know these people know what they're doing is wrong, or maybe I'm wrong about it. Maybe what they're doing is right and I'm missing something. The simple reality, though, is my perspective is clearly this is where it's going, and they're a part of that, whether they know it or not. It's just very important never to assume about people's intentions. You just don't know. So that's just, same with Tucker or anybody else. For all we know, he could turn out tomorrow to be the best ally we ever had because he finally saw through it. But it still makes you wonder and question about all the lies of before, all the times punches were pulled, all the times, he could have seen those same things before, or her or anybody. But consider it all. So here is an article. We talked about this before. Biodigital convergence. Also, the title was COVID magnetogenetic ferritin vaccines, big spikes in mass vaccination areas. The point, though, is about these main documents. This one we discussed in that article from 2002, which in this very article, and this is the one promoted by all, the WEF and all the stuff we talked about throughout COVID. This predicted that in 10 years, or is it 20 years, they would alter the direction of the human species with technology. And that was 20 years ago, which puts us in 2022, which is, right in the middle of when this was all happening. Then this is the same thing we saw when Klaus Schwab came out. Again, looking back at all that, it's almost like they chose the person who was meant to look like a Bond villain so that we would reflexively push back on it than to accept Trump's version of it, which was sold a different way. But biodigital convergence, that's what this is. That's what they're pushing. That's what we're going to get to in a second, the overlap of where this goes. But remember, this is what Klaus Schwab told you, not only that's coming, but what we were living through.
What the fourth industrial revolution will lead to is a fusion of our physical, our digital, and our biological identities.
The difference of this fourth industrial revolution is it doesn't change what you are doing. It changes you. If you take genetic editing, just as an example, it's you who are changed. And of course, this has a big impact on your identity.
It is important to use the COVID-19 crisis as a timely opportunity.
So people assume we are just going back to the good old world which we had, and everything will be normal again in how we are used to normal, in the old fashion.
This is, let's say, fiction. It will not happen. The cut which we have now is much too strong in order not to leave traces.
Pretty obvious. Now, here is the Canadian document. This one came out. It's all part of the same conversation. This came out in 2020, exploring biodigital convergence. Just to quickly read the opening forward, part of it. In the coming years, biodigital technologies could be woven into our lives in the way that digital technologies are now. Biological and digital systems are converging and could change the way we work, live, and even evolve as a species. That's how they see this, guys. And they were putting this out and they got hard pushback. And I think they put it, I mean, it's still going on. They're just framing it a different way. So here is the World Economic Forum speaking, or I forget her name off the top of my head. It's right here, Nita how do you say that? Farani, who I'll show you some clips from her from before. But here's a clip just telling you where this is going. And I think this is a larger part of it. Now we're going to talk about the drone overlap to this, but realize what we're talking about is not just this overlap for me, the focal point is about surveillance. So think about it in that vein, right? But all-encompassing total information awareness, the Palantir direction, and how this is being used in ways that go beyond cameras and listening devices, right? Internal biosurveillance. We talked about this for a long time. Oh, I don't think I'm going to play the longer clips. I didn't download this one. She's basically saying things. Here, let me just grab it anyway, since we're here. Let's do it anyway. Do it live. So I'm going to show you 3 clips then, since we're grabbing this one. And the clips are about her talking about where this is going. Not in some distant 20, 30 years from now, but the current reality of where we're working toward, like as we speak. And this is what she recently said. And then we're going to play 2 more, I believe, after that. Here we go.
Devices. So these are brain sensors that are starting to be embedded in everyday devices, but until now have been a number of niche companies that really have focused on mindfulness and meditation. The use of, for example, brain sensors that can pick up electrical activity in the brain at a pretty low resolution, but advances in AI have both improved what the signal is that can come from the brain and enabled the miniaturization of those products. As a lot of the major tech companies start to invest in these brain sensors, it's a huge, I think, untapped market in many ways of integrating them into everyday devices. These are earbuds or watches or headphones and the soft cups around the ears. Many of those products are hitting the market this year, and others are hitting them within the next 2 years, such that people can listen to music, a phone call, etc., while having those devices in ears. Initially, what they will be capable of doing is very high-level brain state reading. Things like, are you tired? Are you paying attention? Is your mind wandering? Are you happy or sad? They maybe enable interaction like up, down, left, right for interaction with other technologies. And they're being embedded into things like virtual reality headset.
And so to some people that sounds fun, exciting. They get to play their video games with more, but it's like the Neuralink overlap. There's clearly benefits or something, just, whether it's benefits, in whatever facet, whatever style, but it's rarely what it's actually about. It's about invasive control. I mean, look at anything we've ever used, whether it's cell phones or anything. It's always, you look back, it was always used under some flimsy guise of your best interest or safety, but ultimately used to spy on you, to control your life. I mean, that's how this always goes. And so here are some clips that we played before. So thinking about what she's talking about, and this is even framed in a way that's like the least alarming version of this. And so we'll start with the one in the ear to show you the technology level. It's not some flying car future conversation. It's about, I'm talking about that joke I make about the Boys Life magazine, oh my God, flying cars. And that's like 100 years from now. Point is, they're talking about these things, but it's now we're talking about. And here's an example of what she just mentioned about the earbud.
The newest way to monitor attention is through a device like this one. These are ear pods that are launching later this year. These ear pods, much like the video you watched earlier, are ear pods that can pick up brainwave activity and tell whether or not a person is paying attention or their mind is wandering. Okay, well, you might think, fine, but even if we can tell whether a person is paying attention or their mind is wandering, you can't tell what they're paying attention to. You would be wrong. It turns out that you can not only tell whether a person is paying attention or their mind is wandering, but you can discriminate between the kinds of things that they're paying attention to. Whether they're doing something like central tasks, like programming, peripheral tasks, like writing documentation, or unrelated tasks, like surfing social media or online browsing. When you combine brainwave activity together with other forms of software and surveillance technology, the power becomes quite precise. So what do we do with this? What do we do with technology that enables us to monitor brainwave activity for attention? Do we embrace it? Do we resist it? I believe that there is a pathway forward with such technology, but it's putting it in the hands of employees, enabling them to use it for themselves as a choice, whether or not they want to focus, whether or not they want the technology in order to improve their own performance, but not using it as a measure of their brain metrics to decide whether to fire them, hire them, or to watch for their lagging cognitive decline over time and using it as a way to discriminate against them.
So obviously you could argue that, give it to them to use and they can decide. I mean, it's, it's a nice way to frame that. Highly doubt that's the way it's going to work, especially since, this is a great article Derek put out called Doge, Is Efficiency a Gateway to Technocracy? And this image is one I made basically putting Elon's face on the man, his name was Taylor. He started what's called Taylorism. And that was kind of an early part of the efficiency movement, which was an early part of the technocracy movement. And the point is, it was all about trying to, in a way, it very rapidly became sort of a eugenics kind of overlap to the whole thing, about trying to maximize the best in everything, traits and genes and, actions and workplace. And it's where they're driving all of this. The point, though, is what she's discussing is, if they give you these tools, it's about how these things apply to a workforce, is how they've all been making this out to be. And I'm going to play the next one that will make that even more clear. But so here's the actual iPod patent. Well, this is an article about it, but the patent I've brought up many times. It's got the number of the patent in here. I just thought this was more illustrative. Let me see if I can grab it real quick. I brought this up many times. Oops. Let's see. It looks like that's here's just another article about it. I've looked this up many times. Apple's AirPods, terrifying new security features, scan the inside of your skull with AI. Good Lord. It's a terrifying way to frame that. February 2022. We've brought this up many times. I'm just doing it as a reference point. There it is. Here's the actual patent, or one of the listings of it anyway. Or not. How frustrating. Now I feel like I have to find it. Hold on. AirPods. Damn, all these things. Here we go. Finally. Doesn't it bother you how people put these out and they don't include that link? It drives me crazy. Every corporate platform does that these days, where they don't actually include like the link to the bill they're discussing and so on. Let that load. But so the point is, this patent is an Apple patent, which has existed for a while, where it can use the earbud to interact with your brainwaves. That's the simplest way to put it. The argument is, well, because they want to know if you're too loud or you're engaging with the music, whatever. My point is always, it's for you, of course, even though it's not. So the point, you're going to play this clip while that loads, is this goes well beyond even earbuds. This goes into things we've talked about in regard to, just more social engineering dynamics. And this one is terrifying to me.
First off, a video. It's going to make you see the future and understand a wonderful future where we can use brainwaves to fight crime, be more productive, and find love. Let's roll.
You're in the zone. Even you can't believe how productive you've been. Your memo is finished, your inbox is under control, and you're feeling sharper than you have in a decade. Sensing your joy, your playlist shifts to your favorite song. sending chills up your spine as the music begins to play. You glance at the program running in the background on your computer screen and notice a now familiar sight that appears whenever you're overloaded with pleasure, your theta brainwave activity decreasing in the temporal regions of your brain. You mentally move the cursor to the left and scroll through your brain data over the past few hours. You can see your stress levels rising as the deadline to finish your memo approached, causing a peak in your beta brainwave activity right before an alert popped up, telling you to take a brain break. But what's that unusual change in your brain activity when you're asleep? It started earlier in the month. You send a text message to your doctor with a mental swipe of your cursor. Could you take a quick look at my brain data? Anything to worry about? Your mind starts to wander to the new colleague on your team, whom you know you shouldn't be daydreaming about, given the policy against intra-office romance. But you can't help fantasizing just a little. But then you start to worry that your boss will notice your amorous feelings when she checks your brain activity and shift your attention back to the present. You breathe a sigh of relief when the email she sends you later that day congratulates you on your brain metrics from the past quarter, which have earned you another performance bonus. You head home jamming to the music, with your work-issued brain-sensing earbuds still in. When you arrive at work the next day, a somber cloud has fallen over the office. Along with emails, text messages, and GPS location data, the government has subpoenaed employees' brainwave data from the past year. They have compelling evidence that one of your coworkers has committed massive wire fraud. Now, they're looking for his co-conspirators. You discover they are looking for synchronized brain activity between your coworker and the people he has been working with. While you know you're innocent of any crime, you've been secretly working with him on a new startup venture. Shaking, you remove your earbuds.
What do you think? Is it a future you're ready for? You may be surprised to learn that it's a future that has already arrived. Everything in that video that you just saw is based on technology that is already here today. Artificial intelligence has enabled advances in decoding brain activity in ways that we never before thought possible.
It's very clear, right? I mean, it's undeniable what they're telling you anyway, right? No question all this, but realize that and this is my point about the Wi-Fi, that we're well beyond these points and we don't even understand, that we're fixated on an old style. I think a lot of people. And the reality is that these things have been coming for quite a long time. And we're at a point now where this is slowly being put out. So we need to recognize, don't miss the forest for the trees of where this goes. Because right here, this next one is where I believe this is really culminating to. And this is, Greg Reese did a great video on this in regard to AI kill and control system by Palantir. We were talking a lot about this. But where it connects, where it goes. Now, this overlaps with literally everything, whether it's immigration, whether it's surveillance, whether it's, the kind of great build back better kind of control structure, whether it is working for there's everything we've talked about, everything, including going after Americans, which is something that keep floating. But so consider this and how it's all building out with what we know, which overlaps undeniably with Israel.
In 2024, Palantir made a deal with Israel to harness Palantir's advanced technology in support of war-related missions. We see part of that technology today as the Lavender AI system, which assigns Palestinians a numerical score of 1 to 100 based on how likely they are of being an enemy. It has a 10% error rate, which has been acceptable for Israel and Palantir.
Oh. Killing my family in Palestine. Yeah. And how do you sleep at night? Well, do you want to hear my answer? So the primary source of death in Palestine is the fact that Hamas has realized that there are millions and millions of useful idiots that will. Mostly terrorists.
So what do you think about the use of artificial intelligence or lavender by the IDF in identifying Hamas targets?
Look, I'm not, without going into all the I'm not on top of all the details of what's going on in Israel because my bias is to defer to Israel. It's not for us to second guess everything, and I believe that broadly the IDF gets to decide what it wants to do, and that they're broadly in the right.
And along with the Lavender system, there is the Habsora AI system, which means the gospel, which is an AI tool created to address the human issue of running out of targets. Habsora generates up to 100 targets per day. Both these AI systems use Palantir's advanced surveillance technology to track every person's phone records, social media, and movement patterns.
Don't forget that they also now have access to every piece of data that the U.S. government has on you and are using that collectively. Alex Karp will tell you what he wants to do to people he thinks are his enemies, whether American citizens or not.
Palantir's tech is used by the U.S. military and local police departments. It is the premier tool for mass surveillance. When running for his first term, Trump was saying he would implement a biometric tracking system.
We will finally complete the biometric entry-exit visa tracking system, which we need desperately. We will ensure that this system is in place. And I will tell you, it will be on land, it will be on sea, it will be in air. We will have a proper tracking system.
They told you. He told you.
Palantir co-founder Peter Thiel donated $1.25 million to that campaign, and he donated $15 million to J.D. Vance's 2022 Ohio Senate campaign. Palantir has significant ties to the CIA, starting in 2004 when the CIA's venture capital arm, In-Q-Tel, gave Palantir $2 million. Palantir's Gotham platform was developed by and for the CIA. Initially, the CIA was Palantir's sole customer for several years. Palantir is the CIA's surveillance tool. And now, Palantir is to create a system for the federal government that will monitor every American under an AI system, linking Social Security, the IRS, and immigration into one centralized system. It will be using its Gotham software, developed by the CIA.
Sure sounds like social credit to me.
To track and condition human behavior. Most of yesterday's alternative media support this. For those who can still think clearly, this is as dystopian as it gets. But there are many fools who are content that the fascist society being put into place will not be woke. But don't be surprised if it comes with a carbon tax and an American version of a social credit system. Greg Reese reporting.
Yeah, he sure sees it. Exactly. At least it's not woke, right? He called out those pronouns, so we're all good. How long have I been saying that? Greg Reese definitely sees it. Now here, I was able to find this, by the way, which it's crazy to me how these things that, by the way, like I don't even want to go into it, but just trying to search for the exact, I even searched for the exact number, and it's just weird how Google and all these different we use to search for information. It's like, let's not forget these things are all completely weaponized against us. It's just interesting to think about, but I was able to track it down through another article, but here's one of them. There's many. The biosignal sensing device using dynamic selection of electrodes. Wearing an electrical device includes a housing and electrode carrier attached to the housing and having a non-linear surface. The wearable electronic device includes a set of electrodes, including electrodes. It goes on to explain it. Here's the actual breakdown. Apple reportedly filed a patent for its AirPods to feature electrodes that detect brain electrical activity. And I mean, we've gone over this extensively, and it's much more in deep than that if you want to read through it for yourself. Just to show you where, you just saw how they're laying this out and what they want this to mean. If they can monitor your brain waves in many ways, they can read you. And it gets much crazier than that. But here, as you already know, is what we've seen developing through the immigration point. Palantir's Immigration OS fuels their immigrant removal agenda, which is now just spun out into just anything they want it to be. Tech billionaires led by Palmer Luckey to launch new bank to rival SVB. It's crypto bank. Now, here's the actual update to the article. For some reason, they always change their titles these days. I don't know why. To launch crypto-focused bank. Surprise, surprise. So you have Palantir and, Lonsdale and, all the characters we're talking about. Lucky Palmer working together to make a crypto-focused bank. But, don't see that as exactly what we've been telling you is coming forward. Let's not forget that Thiel himself multiple times met with Epstein. He invested with Epstein. All this is covered. Thiel is very much connected to Epstein. Now, to overlapping all of that with the direction it's going through the White House with the drone focus, which is the last part of the segment, right? Think about all that we just discussed. And Palantir and Anduril being the suppliers, both tech and hardware for the drone dynamic in everywhere, Ukraine, in every place we're talking about, Israel. And now, and of course, in this country, and now we're talking about this new development through Palantir for surveillance and control. And Greg Reese just laid it out for you how it's being built. Now, we've talked about this with Zoe, by the way, Smith, in regard to the way the drone direction goes, where the technology they're using and how it can, it is designed in a way to be enforcement, not just outside this country. So now that they're rolling this stuff out, ask yourself if this is what it was all about. As Patrick Henningsen says, this is what happens when you put a second-rate Fox host with no real qualifications in charge of the Pentagon. It rolls out this. This is the video they put out from directly from the Secretary of Defense account.
We know why we were put here. We were brought here to rebuild the military.
Is that what happened? I know that some of his core followers and base, who now doubt that they're being honest with you, wanted that. But is that what most Americans wanted? The game is, no matter what they want to do, they just go, we've got a mandate. That means they wanted everything we say. Not really what's happening. But most Americans do not want more war, do not want a bigger. Look around, guys. The history's been there. But he'll tell you what you want, and the Jones and the Bennies will scream it.
Match capabilities to the threats of today. So while our adversaries have produced millions of cheap drones, before us, we were mired in bureaucratic red tape.
Right. Biden wouldn't let you do it, even though that's not at all true.
Not anymore. In June, President Trump issued an executive order unleashing American drone dominance.
Is that a little drone waving a white flag back there? Is that a signal to Israel?
To bolster our drone industry and arm our warfighters, because that's what we're all about. So today, I'm rescinding restrictive policies that stifle production, and this will unleash American manufacturing.
Great. So just like with the AI point, we're going to pretend like it's helping you, but remove what might hint, restrictions on how these companies can take, do whatever they want. Like with the AI point, where they remove any kind of regulation for 10 years, even though that hasn't technically happened yet. I believe that's where it's going to go regardless. The idea that you think they weren't making drones before, you think the U.S. government wasn't rapidly doing that? They were. So all this is doing is using, you hate Biden and Democrats, so whatever I say next, you should nod in agreement to. Them rolling out a massive drone enforcement dynamic in this country because Biden didn't let me. Is that what you want? Don't be that silly. Don't be that easy to manipulate.
And the ingenuity of our warfighters by doing three key things. First, we're going to bolster the U.S. drone manufacturing base by producing thousands of American-made products, prioritizing Buy American. We'll arm combat...
Buy American, like the Trump phone that you claim was going to be made in America, turned out to be made in China, or that kind of made in America, or secretly wink, wink in Israel, like the phone that Blackwater, Eric Prince came out with. I mean, they lie to you like breathing at this point. I mean, the overarching point is they're trying to sell you on your own enslavement, is that way I would look at it. How about this? How about this? Then a Democrat wins next time, and they use that drone army against you. It's like the point is, just like the wall or anything else, you have to look at it from both angles. These people are building out the future of enforcement, and whether it's at home and abroad. I don't think maybe regardless of the intention, you think that's where it's all going and we should go along with it. I just don't agree with that. I don't think this is what we want. The dehumanization, the putting out things that can act through AI that don't have any accountability for enforcing. It's already happening in this country in many ways.
Units with a variety of low-cost American-crafted drones, leveraging our world-leading engineers and AI experts.
How much you want to bet that won't just be American made, that Israel will be involved with some part of the creation of these things? Probably the part that allow them to build a back door or spy through it or watch you. I mean, I'm kind of being facetious, but as well as I, our history shows that is always the case, especially with the most blindly pro-Zionist Israel administration in history.
And third, we're going to train as we expect to fight. Senior officers, I'll grab this because it's the memo. Senior officers must overcome bureaucratic risk aversion in budgeting, weaponeering, and training. So here's the memo we're signing today.
Couldn't they have, it's just funny. That's like, this was recorded. Couldn't they have done it not with a mistake? I just find that funny.
Delivered via drones here on the front lawn of the Pentagon with some of our great warfighters flying them. This is the future. We're in the fight.
Our great war fighters using a joystick.
We're in the fight to win it. I'm never going to back down.
We're in a fight to win it? To win what? The world? I mean, just think about the way that they frame this stuff. Why do we have to always be in a perpetual state of war? Because that's what they want. Because that is what this country runs on. The blood of other nations. How long have I said that or rather the government, the U.S. government runs on the blood of other nations, guys? Look back through your own history. And so we always have to be we're always fighting for that control when, show me how that's benefited Americans in any way. Look around. It's focused on you, not the narrative, not the jingoistic screaming about how we save the world, the reality of it. The world knows, guys. That's not a secret. The world knows what this government represents. Finally, Americans are starting to see it too. And that is the most American thing you could possibly say. We're not fighting for some other country to take over like our country does all the time elsewhere. We're fighting as Americans who recognize our government has, it is the most quintessentially thing American in this country. Should they act against their own ends, it is our right to alter or abolish it. That's that's our right to alter a government that's acting for another country, in my opinion. Either way, the point is this is not what we want. Look around. This is what the screamers want. Now, Orwell points this out, and she did a good thread in this. Let's expound on this topic, because here's what Laura Bibo put out, showing you all, look at all these drones. U.S. Secretary of Defense announced a plan for drone dominance. It says, meanwhile, every Chinese city has drone shows. The point making is, I think arguably kind of, whether it's being called that or not, that's only going to drive their argument that we need to do more and faster. The point is, I find it near impossible that they're ever going to be able to circumvent or overtake the direction that China's already let out. But it goes on to say, Orwell goes on to say, back in May, a news report that may have flown under everyone's radar. We'll talk about the article in a second. And this is in regard to experimental drones developed to neutralize mass shooters. Oh, but now it's about China. Or later it'll be about COVID and vaccines, or, as always, whatever they want is rationalized by whatever agenda they put forward. The company, Brecourt Solutions, has brought policing to a new level. High threat response system. Their whole idea is it's about domestic enforcement, guys. That's where this is going. Along with Brecourt, Flock Safety has also entered the arena, joined with Flock cameras. These drones are developed only with the use of AI, which is all the same things and concerns about how that can be manipulated, especially from outside. As the news coverage continues, these drones will be used in schools, K through 12, in public areas that can be deployed out of the ceiling. Here in Florida, another agency is more than willing to help bring this to fruition. In conclusion, when it was stated that we would need more than guns to revolt, and with the new draft proposal for more drones, who do you suppose these drones that the DoD are requesting are really for? The point is you. So here is what she shared. First, this is the company. One of them, Flock Safety. It says, shaping the future of safety together to solve and eliminate crime. So that's like a pre-crime AI dynamic, guys. That's what this is. You need, and do you really want a world where drones are enforcing the law? This is what we're always warning about. Safety is something we create together, but how? Here, look at what it shows. A map of your block. A public safety technological ecosystem. We provide safety solutions to law enforcement, neighbors, spying, surveillance, technocratic control structure. But the good one, though, with the good elitists and the good oligarchs. So here's the article. This is from May 16, 2025. Drones developed to neutralize mass shooters. It says, now the next generation is rising up. I got it right here, actually. It says, we don't require GPS. It uses its vision in order to fly autonomously. So no one's controlling it. Once the threat's detected, now it can begin tracking, following that individual, providing real-time information to the first responders or any security at the scene so they know what they're up against. Now, okay, consider that we're in a world where they're telling you that you're a terrorist because you wave a certain flag. So you don't think they would use that to weaponize against you, spy on you, look for something to use against you, to say you jaywalk so you're out of the country, which they're already trying to do? You already know how this will be weaponized against you. The inventors do not. Okay, now take a step back. What if it's the other side, right? You're unable to consider that going on. What happens when the Democrats come into power and suddenly they're following you around and they're arresting you for saying the wrong pronouns, or it's the same damn thing, whether it's pronouns or whether it's anti-Semitism. They're using these things to drive in the same agenda. It says the inventors do not want to reveal the trade secrets, but explain that drones can also lock in on a weapon and then strike the side of it, dispensing an adhesive substance that essentially jams the firearm's inner workings. Well, yeah, so maybe the bad guys, but maybe Americans trying to fight against an illegitimate government. Oh my God, we're not supposed to talk like that because it's not these are foundational concepts within our Constitution, guys. The idea is not that in any case I'm never calling for violence. But if we're not able to discuss the hypothetical situation where a government goes rogue or gets taken over by something else and people are forced to take back their country, that's what that's written for. Times that were tough, harder. I'm in no way calling for that or advocating for violence. The point is it's like discussing things like the Holocaust. They tell you you're not allowed to discuss. The point is you need to be able to have these conversations. In this case, my point is this is a structure being built out where you have drones that can disarm anybody. Okay, maybe that's what you want. But I just think the way this continues to build, we know that the war on terror, the war of terror, has always been aimed at you. If you simply look, it was used to what's the word I'm looking for? To regime change countries, to manipulate foreign power, but also mostly to work against you. And so at this point, what we're seeing, I think, is the building out of a concern that you're always the next enemy. They've told you that over the years. Now it says, quote, it disrupts the bolt carrier group of AR-style rifles, semi-automatic pistols, pump action, semi-automatic shotguns, and those are 95% of the weapons utilized in an active shooter situation, or 95% of the weapons that are used by the average people. The concept is for the drone system to be housed throughout the building with the devices dropping down from the ceiling when trouble is detected. The inventors compare the prototype to a sprinkler system that is able to just extinguish a fire. And guys, this is like the technocracy of our nightmares. You're talking about buildings or just devices in the streets that just deploy drones the moment that you do something they don't like, the moment you start protesting about something they don't want you to. All of this is happening. People will use, even the statement I made, as well as you damn well know for over the years how clearly we are advocating for anything but violence, will still be used to make it look like we're somehow, or anybody talking about this is somehow part of the problem. And look how flimsy this has gotten. You write an article about how Israel's committing genocide and now you're a terrorist, according to the government. It's coming, guys. And yeah, simply having these conversations puts ourselves at risk, but it's important. It matters to call these things out. Now, we talked about this back in January 2nd, 2025. The fifth generation warfare, drones, fog, false flags, and political destabilization. Remember the random car or Cybertruck blowing up outside the town? I mean, think of how many of these little examples we've seen. We're being driven in this direction. Now, Border Patrol biometric expansion at U.S. borders moves ahead with new global entry plans. July 10th, 2025. Day by day by day, this is expanding rapidly, and people are being lost in the minutia of the day-to-day events. They're not paying attention to the longer plan. And of course, the bigger picture is what we've been telling you from the very beginning. DD Geopolitics reports Israel has signed an agreement with the U.S. government to cooperate in all things artificial intelligence. Don't forget, they signed policy to consolidate all of the data on all Americans. And now that data will be shared with Israel. Now, look, we've been saying that because that's my opinion. Now we've gone beyond that. Now we have proof that Israel is collaborating with the AI building structure in this country, which means they have access to every single thing about you. Is that what you want from monsters like Netanyahu, who use that information to get you fired, to attack you, to blackmail you? That's what we're dealing with. And your government is allowing this complete infiltration. Or really, you're just seeing it. It's been there. I said, this is what we've been warning about right in front of your eyes with barely a passable narrative. Now, as I recently said, it seems clear to me anyway that the usual partisan lines and the media government control over narratives has completely collapsed. So I think what we're seeing right now, Elon's new party, Tucker, any number of other examples, is a rapid and seemingly desperate reorganizing of the system. So I just want to reset that point. Just consider that. I think that that's what we're watching right now. So with that in mind, I think it's important to see some of the things that have been coming out from the partisan game. Here's what the White House put out. Again, it's just embarrassing. Now, again, it's really no different than, I think it's right here, the Biden example. You know, the point is, it's not left or right, guys. It's your government is embarrassing, is controlled by something else, that it's acting against interest, I think, of Americans. For the podcast, just showing the Bidens with the eyes red, going just like we drew it up. You know, that's what they're doing. They're just, it's embarrassing. Just put it simply. It really is. Like this kind of thing, this is what the White House put out. The symbol of hope, truth, justice, the American way, Superman Trump. Literally with Trump as a Superman. Like it is, in a general sense, truly embarrassing. These people are this childish. And I simply said, wow, next level hero worship and or ridiculous, shameless level of desperation propaganda. Who is cheering for or supporting this type of kindergarten level campaign? Hashtag dying empire. Well, somebody responded saying, this guy. Yeah, that's Cat Turd wearing the Daddy Trump t-shirt. Just showing these are the kind of people that are lockstep with whatever, even things that make them look stupid because Trump. 5 times August, not being one of those people, simply said in making the joke of the White House post, saying, except this Superman gets really mad when you bring up Lex Luthor and wants you to stop asking questions about him. We'll get to that. Epstein and the way he's trying to act like it's not a big deal. He also says, we are not a serious country, and shows both the left and the right. See, there's more than you think out there of people who see this. People who, you know, I'm sure he and I differ on certain things, but he has the integrity enough to call out anybody who is being hypocritical, left or right, and is now seeing pretty obviously, like most Americans, that this is sad. What they're doing, whether because they're just that bad at this or because they're doing it at the direction of somebody else, at the expense of American interest, it's clear. Look, as he says, we're not a serious country. Now, is that you? No, that's the government. Now, what interest would they have in creating a situation where they don't look like a serious country? Does it sound like something they would do for their benefit, or does it sound like somebody else would do for their benefit at the expense of Americans? At least consider that, as we will get to at the end if we have time. Now, there's plenty of these people that I'm so glad to see are getting called out left and right now. The kind of people that have actively been, like, it's the people I've called out, like this guy right here, who's has me blocked. PV Sean from the People's Voice, who recently, before that, was like Blacklist News. They got literally blacklisted by everybody because they were lying in embarrassing ways. They shut that down, started this one. And I've called them out the entire time for whether it's him or all the rest we talk about, not nuanced lies, but like blatant, aggressive, clumsy lies that then get promoted by Twitter. They give this guy 1 million followers, despite him being like one of the most embarrassing people online. Or like somebody like what's the other guy's name? Matt Wallace, or any of the people we talk about. Like spectacularly naive, childish, and, you know, just lying to you. Making up entirely false statements like this guy does all the time. Or Matt Wallace going, bombshell behind the paywall, and then just walking you through a bunch of stated things that are online. It's sad, but nonetheless, people are even if people see it, the system keeps them growing. Now, look, you could argue that just there's that many dumb people that don't care about the truth. I disagree. I flatly disagree with that. I think we're being engineered, but glad to see people are starting to call this stuff out. Here he is going, Bill Gates unveils plan to microchip all babies worldwide. He's done this more than once. Like my point is always, I'm not saying that Bill Gates does not have an agenda in regard to wearables or injections or whatever else, but he didn't say that, and that's not actually happening. In the case of what he stated, like Bill Gates did not come out and say, I have a plan to microchip. That's not the reality. It's whether it's RFK Jr. and Gates saying that they think that this suit is in the interest of everybody. Not the same thing. My point is that that's how they play this game. And then when you go, oh, he's lying, they go, what? You think Bill Gates is a good guy? No. Who said that? There's a whole manipulation game. But David Icke came out and said, but I thought you said Gates was going to be jailed in Guantanamo once Trump came to power. The point is there's so many of these very childish manipulators that are just going from story to story and want you to believe that everything's going the way it always did, even though that everything they're saying is wrong constantly. So my point in showing you all this is that this whole thing is beginning to fall apart. And not because they care because people are actually starting to see it. And people, more than that, people are actually starting to call it out. Things like this, for example. Didn't Jones tell us that Ukraine war was over like 6 months ago? Well, RT points out that Trump will now use presidential authority to arm Ukraine. Right, because you can't go through Congress, because the point is that they're going to arm Ukraine like they always were. And if they went through Congress, it'd probably get held up with back and forth vote. So he's not doing what the people want. He's doing what he wants with unilateral authority through executive order, like every other despotic person before him. The point is about continuing to fund Ukraine like we all told you he would. And I said, do we even need to say it? It's right on the surface. And this person says, someone explain to me how this benefits Americans. I will. It doesn't at all. It is an Israeli, U.S., Western agenda to create a proxy element they can use against anybody, most likely Russia at the time, but anywhere. They're Nazis, guys. They're actual connected Nazis back to the actual Nazi party, and then also neo-Nazis. People like Mykola Lebed, who was back in the... Here, I'll just grab it. Most of you know this. I bring it up when we talk about this topic. Oh, wasn't that it? There it is. Haven't brought it up in a while. The point is, this conversation, not just Azov, the Azov movement, documents prove the CIA, which we include in this link in the show, documents prove the CIA has been cultivating fascist elements in Ukraine at least since 1948. Israel got involved in some way along the path, and as we can show you here as well. Let's see. Shoot. See, I haven't brought these up in a while. Now they're not coming up anymore. Let's see. There it is. Rights groups demand Israel stop arming neo-Nazis in Ukraine. Azov movement. Right. So they've been building this thing the entire time. So the reason it's important for them is to maintain this manipulation. The same way they're supporting that, any number of the elements they claim they're fighting around the world. That's the whole point. I'll include this. You should check this out. It's an important story. And then Gareth Icke points out the same thing. U.S. Senate Armed Service Committee approves $500 million for Ukraine. This is what Trump said before, September 2024. He says, quote, that is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. Now, okay, was he lying? Was he wrong? Did he even care? Everyone's beginning to ask themselves these things. Finally, the truth is that most of the people supporting it didn't care one way or the other. Here's Ultra MAGA Chris, not another penny to Ukraine, because that was the marching order against Biden. Biden did it. Trump said it's bad. Okay. Trump gets in power and then goes, never mind. We like Ukraine. So they go, what President Trump is doing with Ukraine is consistent with his prior messaging and part of the current minerals deal. Or except that's not at all the truth. And you guys were all telling us that he would stop this the day he started, but now it's consistent because today narrative. I mean, it's embarrassing. You don't think they know they're being hypocritical? They just do it anyway, guys, because that's what they're meant to do, I think. But here's the point. This gets more than just Ukraine. and this is just an individual example of one of the many ways that Trump or Biden or anybody else in our government will lie to you to get you to think they're on your side. And then people work their entire careers trying to make it all make sense because they don't want to be proven wrong. That's what we keep seeing. As I said, one of them is lying. Actually, I don't think I grabbed this one. Here is Besant, however you say his name, saying that most of these countries didn't even reach out to Donald Trump, right? Saying, well, he would have made deals, but they didn't even want to reach out to him. Instead of recognizing that he didn't actually succeed in all the things he said he was trying to accomplish, right? So here's the first clip. Here's what he recently said. Besant, or however you say his name. Then I'll show you what Trump said before that, which I think is very relevant.
When you talk about these letters and you talk about kind of the 90 deals in 90 days, or at least the president did back in April.
Or the claim of that, which didn't even come close to happening.
So far, we've seen 3, and they're not concrete deals the way that we're used to seeing trade deals. They're frameworks. Mm-hmm. The president has a reputation, self-described deal maker. So why haven't we seen the kind of deals that he promised in the last 90 days?
Again, he didn't promise this.
He did.
And when we send out the 100 letters to these countries, that will set their tariff rate. So we're going to have 100 done
Oh, okay. So just not even remotely close to what was told, but we have 100 things. So just count it like that, right? Just reframe the way you perceive how it works. And then we're on the same page, right? No, he didn't do what he said he was going to do. This is about trying to recorrect the narrative so you can pretend that he did everything he promised.
the next few days. And
But that's not a deal, that's a threat.
No, that's the level. That's the deal.
No, that's coercion. That's power. That's coercion through power and saying you do this or we're going to take that. Or if you don't do that, we're going to give you more sanctions. That's not a deal, guys. That's strong arm
If
tactic.
you want to trade with the United States, this is.
But that's not a negotiation, that's just a
many of these countries never even contacted us. So that's the thing about being the deficit.
Right. So it's Trump's fault. Like, so he says, I'm going to make these deals, and then they don't contact him. So that's why it didn't happen. A child is not going to buy this, right? If he's the one that promised these things would happen, then it's his responsibility to make them happen.
Country, Dana, is when you are the deficit country, you have the leverage. These are surplus countries that they have exported more to us than we export to them.
It's all irrelevant to the point. He didn't do it, right? Regardless of why you think they should have done it, it's their responsibility. Trump didn't come up and say, people that are responsible will reach out to me and make a deal, and I'll just whatever you want to frame it as. That's not what he said, right? So he's lying to you. Or rather, one of them is. Here's what Trump had to say. This is what he had to say about the countries that were going, please, Trump, please make a deal. And Biden just couldn't figure it out. And then he steps in, and that's not what happened. So you can decide who's telling the truth.
The history of our country. And don't let some of these politicians go around saying, because I'm telling you, these countries are calling us up, kissing my ass. They are dying to make a deal. Please, sir, make a deal. I'll do anything. I'll do anything, sir. And then I'll see some rebel Republican.
You don't realize how weak that makes him look? That he has to frame other countries. Please, sir. I mean, do you really think that anybody was reaching out like that? Really? It's a game. They're playing a game. But, with real life consequences.
Some guy that wants to grandstand. Say, I think that Congress should take over negotiations.
Yeah, you know why? The Constitution. Maybe. Now, again, I shouldn't say it. Like, if there's a negotiation to be made, that doesn't have to go. The point is about the deal, the process, whether it's war, whether it is anything we're talking about. Yes, that's supposed to include Congress. Executive orders are not supposed to be the way this works. But if you want Trump to personally handle negotiations, that's fine. The point, though, is that the actual process, the decision in regard to how and that's how Congress is supposed to play its role. They just have lied to you, and people don't, or rather they've convinced you to ask for your own manipulation.
Tell you don't negotiate like I negotiate.
So, one of them's lying. Can we all just finally admit that this was yet another political manipulation by the tired two-party illusion? Like so many we've seen throughout the past year? Then ask why and who benefits. Well, clearly they want you thinking that he's this big mastermind because that makes your narrative feel better. The truth is that didn't happen. Honest people are being clear about that. But, Ukraine still going, still funding. Israel still going, still funding. And they're bombing in Somalia and right. Just be honest about it. That is not what was promised. He's lying to you is the point, because now they're pretending like it all makes sense. But here is what the typical cheerleaders do. And that's what I'm going to make they're cheerleading. That's what this is. It says, good morning to everyone who doesn't trust their government. I hope that's all of you. That was July 11th. And then Blakely rightly points out, here he is with that stupid Epstein binder. But here I simply grab this from before, where he says, when it comes to foreign policy, I trust President Trump. Okay, that's like a this is you point, right? So all of you that don't trust your government, but you trust Trump, right? That you're a child, right? You know what you're doing, and you're just trying to pretend like he knows what we think. He knows what the rest of us think. We don't trust the government. So he tries to play into that. But this is what he thinks. Blind follow, which he's proven over and over and over and over, as they're now trying to lay shade for the whole Epstein cover-up. But as Jason Bassler, an honest person in the conversation, says, Fauci, not arrested. Deep State, not arrested. Epstein list, not arrested. Doge fraud, not arrested. Prince Andrew, not arrested. Ghislaine Maxwell's clients, not arrested. The peasants get prison. The ruling class get protection. Accountability ends where power begins. Which, by the way, goes right back to that clip of Tucker and Sagar, I think. Same point. That's what we're seeing. He's telling them, we are on your side, if you believe that. Now, let's listen to what Tucker said at Turning Point USA, as Orwell points out, speaking to a lot of young adults and children, is that you think about the way that they're framing the conversation, right? But the point is, this is supposed to be some massive turning point for the conversation. Now, it is for a lot of people that need Tucker to point the way. It is for a lot of people who've never heard this before because they only listen to quasi-mainstream platforms or mainstream alternative media. None of that's to say that it's wrong or bad that they're finally starting to see it. Right? That's always a positive, no matter what, period. But as I said before, recognize how often in situations like this, like we saw from COVID and anything else, where people, maybe not Tucker, maybe I'm wrong, maybe he's on your side, but people in some cases will step out from the control structure and start to tell you what they already know you all see, which feels crazy. Oh my God, the guy from inside is starting to tell you what we all are being told is a lie. And they do that, so you go, he's on our side. And then the next manipulation, that's what they're set up for. If you don't think by now or haven't seen by now that that's what goes on, that they really do think that way and that far ahead, then I don't know what to tell you. We've proven it to you time and time again. All I'm saying is question whether or not, right? Question everything while considering all possibilities. That's the only way to do this anymore. Question whether he's lying. Question whether I'm lying. Question whether I'm wrong. Question whether he's wrong. Question whether he believes it, but's also wrong because he was misled. Question everything, but consider what he's saying regardless. That applies to everybody, no matter how ridiculous. No matter whether it's corporate media, mainstream alternative media, or anything. Consider it. If it's truthful, if you can prove it, then use it to talk about it. So here's what Tucker had to say at this recent conversation. I'm only going to play the beginning of this one and one of the points that's been circulating. This is a 10-minute clip. But here's how it starts. I find this interesting.
Vote, but I did vote this time. And I don't like to vote because I don't believe in any of them. And this time I really felt like I know Trump well. I love Trump personally. And what we were looking at was just so awful and totalitarian and stupid. And it wasn't even the arguments that I disagreed with from the Kamala Harris. It's weird to even say her name now. Who was?
Isn't it strange? Like, are we really trying to pretend right now that what Kamala Harris was putting forward was in any way less crazy than what's currently happening? Why? Because you put a little woke spin on it? Yeah, that's insane. And what they're doing is insane. But the whole point is, guys, if you can't recognize that everything they were telling you Kamala was going to allow is now currently happening under Trump, then you're either not paying attention or you're lying. Everything, a bigger government, more spending, yeah, that's what's going on right now. And so, look, I get it. She's crazy and bad. So is Biden. So is all of our government, in my opinion. But for them to start like this and talk about it this way, it just shows me a level of dishonesty, in my opinion. Maybe he still thinks that way. But you're smart enough. You can stand back and objectively, with discernment, look at what's currently happening and look at what they told you would happen under Kamala. Show me what the difference is. I mean, I just really think about it. What was being proposed that it's in any way more radical than what's coming out now? Or is it just in a direction of partisan that you don't like? right? We don't like the certain wedge issues they point to. So we like it like this with a red hat on it. It's just important to think about like that, because I genuinely think the main point of today is that most of you out there are finally starting to see beyond these flimsy constructs.
And what we were looking at was just so awful and totalitarian and stupid. And it wasn't even the arguments that I disagreed with from the Kamala Harris. It's weird to even say her name now. Who was that exactly? It was like a bad dream. But it wasn't even so much the arguments I disagreed with, though I did.
Sorry, one more thing. I mean, really? Can't even believe, think about what's currently happening. What they're currently continuing, the genocide, what they're rolling out, not even a fraction of which, in regard to the technocratic agenda, was really starting to happen under Biden. My point is they're all part of it. They just knew now is the time to roll it out because of who was pacified, the people who'd be most resistant to it. But just him framing it like that, I just have to stress, that seems shockingly manipulative to me. But maybe, to be objective, it is because he just needs to tap in with this audience. And that's certainly worth considering. Maybe Tucker finally sees it all and he knows this audience is captured. And so he goes at it in a way, like I often talk about, that makes them understand, feels like he's on your side and then lays the truth on them. See, of course I consider that. I hope for that because we're objective. But question the other side of it too. But okay, I'm gonna let it play more here. But I point in this last part.
Like a bad dream. But it wasn't even so much the arguments I disagree.
Oh, and the arguments. So you don't disagree with the arguments? You disagree with how they did it? That seems like a weird thing to say, doesn't it? Isn't the whole point of the Democrats' argument like the policy was all bad? Well, he's basically saying the policy's a real wash. It's the way they framed it. Just interesting to point out. But okay, let's listen.
Though I definitely disagree with the arguments, it was the style of argument that drove me completely bonkers. Summarized most crisply by "shut up, racist."
Yeah. Sorry, I forgot I was going to stop here too. You mean like's currently happening more than I've ever seen? Like, you realize during the Biden administration, that was clearly a major thing, but I've never seen more enforcement action, arrest, deportation than right now in regard to that very point. Shut up, racist, anti-Semitism. You're talking about Jewish people, Israel, not. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. I mean, way, way, way more enforcement of that through people that are just simply criticizing Israel. So under Biden's administration, yeah, there was a lot of momentum in regard to businesses and different cancel culture. Yeah. But from the government perspective, show me where Biden and the rest were arresting people and putting them in jail for saying a racist comment. In the UK, that was going a hell of a lot faster. But and again, I'm in no way saying that wasn't happening. What I'm saying is the radical escalation of that under Trump, but only through the vein of anti-Semitism, is one of the most obvious parts of this whole conversation. So think about that too.
Whatever you said, it was "shut up, racist." And it's like, but wait, first of all, I'm not a racist, but that's not even the point. The point is, I just told you what I think. I just asked you an entirely legitimate question. Mostly, what the hell are you doing? And rather than answer it, you didn't pay me the respect that you would a human being. You treated me like a slave or an animal by telling me to stop barking. Shut up, racist.
Yeah, okay. Let's keep making the same point. How much you want to bet that half that audience is doing the same thing without recognizing it when it comes to people talking about Israel? You know I'm right, guys. It's obvious. It's everywhere you look, especially in the aggressively partisan fields like this. But again, maybe he knows that. Maybe he's trying to broach that with them and get him to see it. I'm genuinely considering that.
And I won't put up with that because I'm not a slave or an animal. I'm an American citizen, an adult man who pays his taxes. So, you
got to love cheering for paying your taxes. Talk about an enslaved audience.
I ask people questions for a living, and very often I get answers that I don't care for, that I disagree with, that I think are stupid. But at least they're answers. At least the person responding is treating me like a human being with a soul created in the image of the Creator. He's paying me the respect that every human being is due. When you ask a direct question to someone in charge, you are due. That person is morally bound to give you an answer. He's not bound to agree with you, but he's bound to stop and answer your question. And the left never did that. They would dismiss you out of hand. Yep. You are not worth listening to. Be quiet.
Now, look, I'll very much point out that the cancel culture individual dynamic outside the government was way stronger in regard to any topic really that they felt was racist or offensive, which is just insane and worthy of ridicule, in my opinion. But the point is, from the government now, far less of the individual conservatives or Republicans. You see the shift? Now the government is the one reacting in a strong and constant way around anything they think relates to anti-Semitism. Now, frankly, I'm far more concerned about the government using that to enforce against Americans than I am about random Democrats trying to get you canceled from your job, but also matters and is worthy of criticism and coverage. But you see the difference? One matters a hell of a lot more to me for obvious reasons.
And that's, of course, where the impulse to censorship comes from. It comes from the belief that you don't deserve to speak because you're not fully human. They own you.
I mean, I could let this go. You could make this literally about what's currently happening from Israel, Republicans, and anybody speaking out against all of that. But it applies both ways, which is hopefully the point you've taken from this. Now, here's another one. Shorter one. This one is posted by Dr. Simon Godek, who has shown himself to be very demonstrating integrity with all of this by showing you that he's not afraid to call out whoever he thinks is wrong. He says, quote, how does a guy go from being a math teacher at the Dalton School without a college degree to owning multiple airplanes, a private island, and the largest residential home in Manhattan? Where do you get all that money from? How about Epstein? Tucker is asking the questions the government won't. Now, listen to all this. Consider, like I've said, that it could be either way. But what he's saying here is what is the real shaken moment for everybody, pointing out Israel. And I think that's caused a lot of people to attack him, which is one of the reasons why I consider that this is something that may actually be happening, but I don't know how it makes sense with the years of not pointing. You never know. I'm open to it, but I'm honestly, if I'm going to be genuine, I mean, I always am, but to be stated forward about my opinion, I'm leaning towards the side that I don't think this feels genuine. That's just my personal opinion, but it's hard. You know me, like with government. It's going to take a long, continuous track record of action and follow-up for me to ever really think that they're not just doing the right thing to get you on their side for the bigger manipulation. But I will eventually, if people show me consistency and objectivity and honesty, I will eventually, that will be the reality. So my point is simply highlighting that this is a massive shift, and it is clearly having ripples through the conversation. It is clearly causing strife and like fracturing in the partisan movement. But you have to at least consider that it could be used in that long-term way.
Acceptable. And I think the real answer is Jeffrey Epstein was working on behalf of intel services, probably not American. And we have every right to ask, on whose behalf was he working? How does a guy go from being a math teacher at the Dalton School in the late 70s with no college degree to having multiple airplanes, a private island, and the largest residential house in Manhattan? Where did all the money come from? And no one has ever gotten to the bottom of that because no one has ever tried. And moreover, it's extremely obvious to anyone who watches that this guy had direct connections to a foreign government.
Now, that's not really a fair statement. A lot of people have tried, and including Whitney's work and others, have actually proven a lot of the things that they claim nobody knows. Again, I find it hard to believe that he doesn't know that, but that's a different point.
Now, no one's allowed to say that that foreign government is Israel because we have been somehow cowed into
the big
thinking
bombshell.
that that's naughty. There is nothing wrong with saying that. There is nothing hateful about saying that. There's nothing anti-Semitic about saying that. There's nothing even anti-Israel about saying that.
And I'll also go ahead and say that there's nothing brave about saying that after a year and a half of genocide and everybody like us hacking down the weeds to make this something people can talk about. But, same point as always. But that I think is important to point out, that after a period of time, something Steve and I would talk about all the, is that ultimately there's a time when it's safe to start talking about certain things. Now, there will always be pushback from the core of the structure, but there was a time when this was impossible to talk about, even amongst people that would be open to certain things like this. And people like us were wading into that because we cared, because it was correct, because we believed in what we were saying, because our integrity drove us, not whether somebody would censor us or what was going to pay. Right. And we have seen those actions throughout the time. Now, look, I think this is important. I'm not just trying to belabor the point. I think it's very important that we are watching how this plays out, especially since it's also possible that somebody like him could be used and he's not even aware of that. Same thing we should ask about everybody. So now it's at a time when this has already been allowed to fester and continue. And finally, we're seeing some traction and people like this step into it and start saying these things that makes me very suspicious. But the interesting thing is saying it here at a time when it will have effect on his career and will reach a lot of people who clearly wanted him to talk about Israel. They cheered. Really quickly, here's what Daniel McAdams had to say, since it's relevant to what I'm saying right now. He said, listen to the applause among this right-wing crowd when he points out that Epstein intelligence connection was to Israel. It's both, in my opinion, but it says this is absolutely revolutionary. Not that Tucker's the one, rather, I guess it is because Tucker's the one saying it to them, but the statement's not revolutionary. It's the fact that this is breaking through with these crowds and that it's happening with Tucker saying it. Young conservatives cannot stand Israel. The most overlooked political shift in the past 50 years. Interesting.
My entire life, pretty much in Washington, where I knew and loved a number of people, including one very close person who worked at CIA. That has never prohibited me from saying, I think the CIA has done some horrible things, murdered a bunch of people, participated in the murder of a sitting U.S. president. It's got a whole trail of crimes. That doesn't make me a disloyal American. It doesn't make me anti-American in any sense. I was born here. My family's been here for hundreds of years. I love this country. That's why I live here. So criticize.
And to point out, plenty of people argue that he has far too many connections to the CIA. It's worth pointing out.
Criticizing the behavior of a government agency does not make you a hater. It makes you a free person. It makes you a citizen. You're allowed to do that because you're not a slave. You're a citizen. And you have a right to expect that your government will not act against your interests, and you have a right to demand that foreign governments not be allowed to act against your interest.
Yeah.
That's not creepy. It shouldn't be forbidden. And yet all of us have trained ourselves to believe that you can't say that somehow, that that's like too naughty and forbidden. And the effect of making that off limits has been to create a lot of resentment. And I'll say it.
Is that really what?
Hate online.
Hate.
Where people hate a lot of resentment. And I'll say it, hate online.
Is that really the focal point? Right? Like, let's just listen to that again.
That your government will not act against your interests, and you have a right to demand that foreign governments not be allowed to act against your interests.
Okay, I'm completely on board. But the reality is both of those things are happening. Like, we can't pull the punch where it's the most important. We are all recognizing that's what's going on, that they are acting against our interests for a foreign government. Now, maybe he doesn't believe that.
That's not creepy. It shouldn't be forbidden.
Except the fact that he's had plenty of interviews with people that literally tell him that, then he agrees and basically points out the same. But as we've said in the past, interview doesn't mean you agree the same thing.
And yet all of us have trained ourselves to believe that you can't say that somehow.
Have we? See, this is what I mean, I get it. Maybe he's reaching them, but that's not true. And a lot of people have been braving this for a very long time, well before I'm talking about it, and getting called out by people like him. Remember, his narratives are very different on Fox. Remember, Iran should be destroyed and nobody should exist. Like, it's very mainstream. Maybe he changed his mind. But overall, that's not an accurate framing. And frankly, most people have, I think, been becoming aware of this for a very long time. So if you're going to frame this, I think, accurately, it should be that people have been trying to ring this bell for a long time, and people like him and this media field have been keeping this under wraps.
But that's like too naughty and forbidden. And the effect of making that off limits has been to create a lot of resentment. And I'll say it, hate online. Where people feel like they can't just say, like, what the hell is this? You have the former Israeli prime minister living in your house. You have had all this contact with the foreign government. Were you working on behalf of Mossad? Were you running a blackmail operation on behalf of foreign government? By the way, every single person in Washington, D.C. thinks that. I've never met anyone who doesn't think that.
Okay, so think about how crazy that is. So now you can say everyone thinks that. Then why has it been this idea that you just framed as we're all been tricked into not seeing this, but now everybody knows that? I don't know. That feels dishonest the way it's being framed.
I don't know any of them that hate Israel, but no one feels they can say that. Why? And I think the longer that we play along with it, the more subterranean and creepy and hateful the conversation actually becomes. So I think it's better just to say it right out loud. Did this happen? And of course, that question has been asked to the government of Israel, and their answer is, we're not going to tell you. And I think our answer should be, no. As long as we're sending you money, if you were committing crimes on our soil, we have an absolute right to know. Did you do this or not? And yet,
I mean, that's such a basic, yes, obviously. Yes, we have a right to know, right? But I'm glad he's saying it. I'm glad they cheer for it. But it's pretty basic to say that we have a right to know if a foreign country is manipulating our government and what's happening in our country. Yes, obviously. It's no different than, say, China or anybody else. Interesting, though, the way that this has evolved and how clearly this is reaching average people in every walk of the conversation.
everybody has been so brainwashed into thinking that's somehow an expression of hate or bigotry when it's not.
Right.
It's a baseline question that every U.S. citizen has a right to an answer on.
Yep.
What the hell was this?
Yeah, exactly. Now, of course, again, the main point is that many, many, many people have been screaming about that, proving that for a very long time, and presenting it to people like Tucker Carlson. They were only now, it's now being allowed to break through. Now, that could be one of a few things. It could be that this is, so obvious, they know we all see it, that it's about trying to release the steam and drive a, controlled demolition. Or it could simply be that this is something that is now, no longer needed, and it's something we're kind of rolling into the next agenda. Or it could genuinely be a split. There could be a fracture. We saw Elon Musk say Trump's on the list, and that whole fracture happened. I mean, there's parts of this that feel real, that there really is. I mean, this, again, understanding that we're dealing with sort of a dying empire, that makes sense. That you have people that will break off and make their own factions and try to fight for control. I mean, if that it's the, what's the analogy? I guess rats fleeing a ship kind of a thing. I mean, you can look at it a lot of different ways. My point is that it wouldn't be outside the realm of possibility for me that this is genuinely a split and new development, as opposed to just trying to use the lie as is commonly what, the most typical is people in the corporate media or people in the inside giving you truth to get your trust for the next lie. That's very common for me in my experience. But understand that it very well could be that there's something shifting. I mean, obviously that's what I'm hoping for. Vigilant Fox simply breaks this down, saying Tucker Carlson just named who he believes really funded the Epstein crimes. What he said is guaranteed to make many in Washington furious. He said on Tuesday, Carlson delivered two theories on why Pam Bondi won't release the files. One, Trump was involved, but Carlson thought this explanation was not very likely, of course. Another reason why I'm suspicious about the whole thing. Then came theory two, which was that Carlson believed intel services are at the very center of the story, U.S. and Israel, and they're being protected, which is the same point. It says, I think that seems like the most plausible. So that means the Trump administration is protecting Israel. Exactly my point. Now, one thing I'll add too is that when people say, but he thought that was unlikely, most conservative, I mean, I shouldn't say it like that, but I think most people right now are starting to recognize that's probably the case. And when I point that out, that he might say, well, probably not likely, it's weird how these people in this high level in the mainstream media or sidestepping that get a pass. Or, oh, well, he just doesn't want to say it too bluntly because of his audience. Why is that a thing you'll say in a positive way? That's called audience capture. That means people that you're not willing to say the full truth because you think your audience won't accept it. That's insane to me. Just worth considering that, because I will always, when I report the truth, the only thing that matters for me when I report anything is that I believe it's true, not whether or not you all will agree with it or not. That doesn't even weigh on my conversation. It's not even in the conversation for me. It is about whether it's true or not, which is what you come here for. But no, again, the point is that both of those things apply, right? Theory two, that they're covering up for Israel, would be Trump in the same light. Friday night, it says, while speaking in front of a live audience at Turning Point USA, Carlson came to his conclusion. He boldly said he believes a foreign intelligence was behind it, with Israel. Someone who agrees with Carlson's assessment is John Kiriakou, CIA whistleblower, who's talked about a lot of these things. But it says he addressed the claims that he's taking money from the Qatari government head on. What was his reaction to this claim? He literally laughed out loud. He says, maybe I was taking tons of money from some bad country. One of the bad countries you're not allowed to talk about, like Qatar. Burst into laughter. It's a weird way to frame that, because look, the point is, the whole Qatar sidestep is a loomer thing and the rest. Qatar is an extension of the Israeli network, guys. That's why Qatar was used to fund Hamas for Israel. So it's a weird kind of sidestep. But he says, that's the most hilarious claim. Qatar's kind of controlling our conversation. Qatar, evil Qatar. Okay, so your dismissive of it is to make it sound like Qatar's, like Qatar's not the evil one. Israel, I agree with that. Israel's the real problem there. But if you can't acknowledge that Qatar is an extension of the same problem, all you're doing is sidestepping that by claiming it's not Israel. But it is, though. Seems to be counterintuitive. An audience member asked if Carlson was laughing, and he confirmed, I am laughing. And so I've actually been to Qatar. It's awesome. Never taken a dime from the Qataris or the Qataris or whatever they're called. Great country, but even if I was on their payroll of Qatar, which I guess I'm like, I can now, but even if I was taking money, it still wouldn't make the question any less relevant. Why is this war with Iran a good idea? That seems like a really weird way to frame that conversation. Now you can watch it for yourself. Of course, we've talked about this for a long time. I'll include this article, one of the many that people reference, but the point is that he said this publicly. Acosta, rather. We just recently showed you this. I mean, the bottom line is he said he was told to back off. He says apparently that back in the day, he had just been in a meeting with Epstein's case. He cut the non-prosecution deal. He had been told to back off, that Epstein was above his pay grade. I was told Epstein belonged to intelligence. This is not even a secret, guys. It's public information about this, and it is Israel, I believe, the CIA and Mossad in the overlap. But here's the clip I played for you earlier. In case you forgot, I'll play it again, where here's his conversation with Sagor about the idea of why he thinks this is being covered up, which the simple point, the Donald Trump administration in this case, but really the main point is just the U.S. government, whoever's in power or in the seat, broadcasting to anyone listening that we're doing this. We're broadcasting to you, Epstein network customers, controllers, that we are fighting for you, and you have to have our back. That's what the point is. I think it makes sense.
I have to listen to this exchange between Tucker and Sagor because they expose the exact purpose why the Trump administration has to cover up the Epstein files.
The whole thing that this tape shows he didn't kill himself is like a joke. But worse than that, it's a joke that we all get. Like, they're not fooling anybody. So I feel like we're at a dangerous point now.
Yeah, I agree, because the lie is more the lie at this point is not even part of trying to convince any of this is true.
Yes.
The lie is a signal to everybody else involved in the scheme that to the ultimate ends, the United States government will go to protect all of you.
Yes.
And that's the for
Man,
what
is that smart.
purpose?
Can you say that again? Okay,
Yes.
so it's a signal.
The lie is not for you and me. The lie is for those implicated to say, no matter what, we will protect you. And then we have to start asking the question, why? As in, what is the purpose of this entire thing? Why does it matter that it happens right before the Israeli prime minister comes to Washington for the third time?
Ooh, a lot of noticing going on in that last part. And the timing of that, definitely not a coincidence. I mean, it's basically undeniable at this point that this story is about intelligence. Specifically, Epstein's ties to a certain foreign intelligence.
Here is what Judge Napolitano with George Galloway had to say about this. I'm just showing you what the level this, if it's breaching, if it's Galloway and not George Napolitano level, I mean, that is, despite them, I don't consider mainstream media. I think they both have more integrity in that. The point is, this is at a mainstream media level. So consider that this is what they're saying.
And Trump intervening in that asinine way, saying, I can't believe people are still talking about Jeffrey Epstein, when he and his whole MAGA movement never stopped talking about Jeffrey Epstein. What changed, do you think? What happened in the evidence bundle that persuaded them not to proceed?
I think that I'm going to tell you exactly what I think. I think Trump's name is on the list. I think Mossad knows it. I think Mossad told their American stenographer, who happens to be the director of the CIA, who takes down and regurgitates everything Mossad told him. And I think that stenographer whispered it into the president's ear. And he's terrified that this will come out because he knows it will be the beginning of the end, whether there's a Republican Congress or a Democrat Congress. That's what I honestly believe has happened. Now, obviously, I haven't seen the files. I can explain to you the way the system works. But when a federal judge orders that a document or a set of documents be preserved and published to the public, there is zero justification for it not happening. The president's reaction, you put your finger on it, George. I played that tape several times on my own show. The president's reaction was so personal, so defensive to attack the questioner that it was obvious he was terrified to have a truthful answer.
Well, I mean, that's the rest is opinion. We know your intent, your thought on what he thought and felt is up to you. The point is, the way he responded was defensive. At least it was, kind of unnecessary with what was happening, and obviously counter to what people have been saying. Don't forget, by the way. So basically, point being that as the tweet stated, and as he said in that he believes Mossad knows that he's on the list. But don't forget, as we'll get to later in the show, that he was talking about Ratcliffe and CIA, but we also know that we have Huckabee and many other examples. This is Waltz. State Department revealed to be using an Israeli intelligence-linked chat app involved in the Trump hack. He was using a thing called telemessage, which is literally an app that Israeli intelligence created, which archives the signal messaging that they're using in the inner circle of the White House. And it got such little coverage, it terrifies me. But the point is, guys, every day we're seeing examples of this, like the lacking of the ethics pledges. We're seeing how relevant these things can become day and day, after days and days go by, where we're watching more and more evidence that Israel is basically controlling this government. Every single day we're seeing these things. Now, here is just showing you more example of that. People are calling this out left and right. Steve Bannon confronted over Jeffrey Epstein at MAGA event. Somebody screaming, Trump has become the deep state. It just continues to show you that people are beginning to call this out from within their own movement. Here's Viva Frey saying, yeah, this person simply says, roundabout way to say Trump's definitely on the Epstein list. And Viva Frey, who just seems to have become like some kind of, control narrative manager, says, yeah, Trump's on the Epstein list and the Biden administration didn't leak it. This same old tired effort. And I simply said, well, because partisanship is a tool to manipulate the weak-minded. Or, more simply, they are all compromised and likely on the list. So none of them want it released. And I said, it's not really that complicated of a possibility to consider. But oddly, many of you state this like it's a mic drop. And this person says, speculation is not journalism. Now, I think he followed up. I think he's more responding to in a general sense, as he said. I didn't mean that. Bottom line, I just said I couldn't agree more. I'm merely proposing a possibility, right? I'm not coming in saying this is what I know. I'm saying that it's possible, right? That this is something that they don't want to release it on any side because they're all potentially compromised. That's simply an obvious possibility. So to say, yeah, Trump didn't, that basically he's on it because the simple point to make it, not convoluted is that they keep putting out that he's not on the list because otherwise the Democrats would have released it. That is a self-serving assumption. This is a lawyer. So to me, this becomes the partisan example of how it circumvents logic. I said I couldn't agree more. I'm merely proposing a possibility. One they are pretending does not exist, and using that to present a self-serving assumption that Trump is not on the list. So, my point is that I'm not speculating here, rather that I'm not framing it as journalism. That's what the partisan field is trying to make it out to be the case, that you're ignoring all the other possibilities to make an argument that he's not there. It's just desperation as far as I can tell, but it's everywhere. Now, on the Epstein conversation, we talked about this on the 7th. DOJ, FBI claim Epstein had no client list, was suicide, and that there was no blackmail, all in one fell swoop, and clearly nobody bought it. Now, Cash and Bongino and Bondi and even Tulsi, they all seem to be really, really kind of unnerved right now and turning on each other. Now, I'll include this thread, by the way, which even got its own fact check showing you agreeing with what he said, or actually the Breaking 911 tweet got fact checked and agrees with what he was putting forward, which is that this video does not show what they claim it does. So even on its surface, the video is not what they claim. We know we have that minute gap where they tried to gaslight you about, which I'll touch on in a minute. But the thread is it's unbelievable. Go through it for yourself. We went through every one on the last show. It's almost as if they tried to use a video that they knew would debunk almost all of their claims. Again, either they're that incompetent or somebody out there wants this country to fall apart. And it doesn't have to be only those two things. There's plenty of other possibilities. My point is that it's everything that keeps happening. It's like the COVID thing. How many times can we pretend that they did something that turned out to be maximizing damage? One time, two time, maybe, but every single choice. At some point you go, okay, they wanted to hurt people, right? So it's the same kind of idea here. Every time they seem to be like, here's a good point. Somebody that's close to me clearly believes in Trump, wants to support him, which, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you should question everything. My point, though, is that every time we keep bumping up against this, the answer is not, it becomes, well, there must be something, that there must be a reason. Because they can't be doing this political suicide, right? There must be a reason. But, there's always a reason, but maybe that reason is that they're dishonest and that they've been lying to you, or that they're captured by Israel. The kind of giving them the benefit of the doubt and assuming there must be a reason this all makes sense is exactly what they want from you, as like the last tendril holding this all together. Go through this. There's no denying that they're caught, okay? And the question is, what's driving all this? That's what Tucker's asking. Right? What's going on right now? We all see it. This came out recently. This was metadata showing the FBI's raw, which is what they claimed, prison video was modified. I mean, even James Lee said that the TikTok said it was AI manipulated. But the point is that every which way now, or this whole thing is falling apart. So here's another clip from Greg Reese breaking this down. I think is important to see. This account says something else is going on. It's political suicide, and they know it. Greg Reese says, sure seems like it in regard to political suicide. So my point's the same about something must be going on. Well, we don't know that. Maybe it's exactly what it looks like. That's one possibility. But the assumption of there must be a reason it all makes sense is dangerous to toy with. But I simply said, you both know my answer, and I think it's never been more obvious. And that's the show we did, the new Trump administration and the technocratic Zionist coup of the United States. So let's watch Greg. Here's the article, by the way, or the show we did on that topic. Let's watch Greg's video, and we'll come back to this and one more part, and we'll get into the Epstein overlap in depth.
Donald Trump has been friends with Jeffrey Epstein for years. In 2002, he told New York Magazine that he's, quote, known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it. Jeffrey enjoys his social life. Close quote. Jeffrey Epstein claimed he introduced Donald Trump to Melania. Epstein is known for grooming beautiful women for powerful men. On July 6, 2019, Epstein was arrested. 2 weeks later, he was murdered in his jail cell, all during President Trump's first term. Shortly after Trump began his second term, political agents and useful idiots posed for the cameras with DOJ binders, as if justice was coming, and nothing followed. Until this week, when we were told that the DOJ and the FBI concluded that Epstein had no client list and died by suicide. While this isn't fooling the awakening masses, political agents and useful idiots began doing their best to defend Trump and steer everyone towards immigration, where the solution will obviously be the digital ID for every U.S. citizen. The overwhelming majority of U.S. government representatives are the recipients of hundreds of millions of dollars paid out by AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell were clearly part of a sexual blackmail operation run by the Mossad and the CIA to further own the American government. This is why our government officials are all on board with the genocide being committed by the U.S. and Israel.
Do you think that there can be a two-state solution that creates an independent?
I don't know. I'd ask Bibi that question. You have the greatest man in the world to answer that age-old question, two-state. Go ahead. You give him your honest answer.
I think Palestinians should have all the powers to govern themselves, but none of the powers to threaten us. And that means that certain powers, like overall security, will always remain in our hands. Now, that is a fact.
Meaning that you'll never allow an actual state. There's no way around that. You don't have autonomy or sovereignty if Israel's controlling parts of how you live, which is already what they've always wanted. So nothing new. This is the same old thing that's happened every single time. And Trump, many times over the years, has tried to contort this into some new deal that will save. And he wants to be known as the one that solved this thing that nobody could. He's blindly supporting a Zionist agenda like every other president we have.
And no one in Israel will agree to anything else because we don't commit suicide.
Except that's not true. And most people in Israel don't agree with most of what he's doing. But most of them do agree with hating Gaza and Palestinians because of what their Zionist government's done to them over the years. But there's still a huge push in that country. That's not the majority, but a big push to stop it for Palestinians. And they want two-state solution. It does exist. So the framing that nobody in Israel wants that is flatly not true. The reality is today, most of them want an end to this in some way. Doesn't mean they want Palestinians to be free but they do want this to stop for countless other reasons. He's lying, as always. And as always, the U.S. government puts him on a pedestal and a platform and lets you scream that lie across the world, which sets that narrative for far too long.
We want life. We cherish life for ourselves, for our neighbors. And I think we can work out a peace between us and the entire Middle East with President Trump's leadership. And by working together, I think we can establish a very, very broad peace that will include all our neighbors.
See, it's just so gross to me. Like, my personal opinion, here's Trump just you could just see, I think he just desperately wants however you get that narrative to be accepted, that outcome. He doesn't care whether everyone dies, he's pretending he saves. That's how I think, this is what I believe these people think like. He wants his legacy. He wants his long-term, he wants to be remembered as whatever the narrative they etched in stone says, regardless of whether it's true. That's what he wants. Read his books, look at his past. The guy does not care about things he claims he cares about today, unless he changed, which I'll hope for. But again, track record, action, outcome. That's what I care about. He has repeatedly shown you, even just since this current administration, that he does not believe any of the things he's putting out. He's literally sitting across the table from this is a person that's committing genocide in front of the entire world, that most Israelis don't like, that everyone at this table knows should be arrested on sight according to international law. They don't care. But yeah, let's let him sit there and tell you about how things should go in the future. It's a grotesque cartoon right now.
When Pam Bondi was asked about all this, Trump couldn't help but interrupt her and show frustration that anyone was concerned about his old friend of 15 years.
One of the biggest ones is whether he ever worked for a American or foreign intelligence agency. The former labor secretary, who was Miami U.S. Attorney Alex Costa, he allegedly said that he did work for an intelligence agency. So could you resolve whether or not he did? And also, could you say why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape on the night of the stabbing?
Yeah, sure. If
could I just interrupt for 1 second?
Yeah, thank God.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep?
Wow.
That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time, and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this, where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration, but you go ahead.
And Pam Bondi suggested that the child porn they have in evidence was Epstein's personal collection that he downloaded from the internet and nothing at all to do with blackmail.
Sure. First, to back up on that, in February, I did an interview on Fox, and it's been getting a lot of attention because I said, I was asked a question about the client list, and my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file, along with the JFK, MLK files as well.
Except for the fact that you played into that in every other conversation, in every other moment, and clearly did insinuate that there was a list and that there was proof about people that this is the only people that are pushing the lie she's selling now are people that blindly support it. The ones we're going to list off every day. The Cat Turds and Johnson, the same people that will come out and say, whatever she just said, that's the thing today. Despite the fact that anybody honest right now is starting to go, I am very uncomfortable. They told me this, now they're saying that. They're not stupid. The people out there thinking that that's what they think of you. They think you're either that meek that you'll follow with whatever they say today, despite you're being smart enough to know that's not what was said before, or that you're going to be blindly following regardless of your integrity. I know that's not what most of you are out there, and that's why this is fracturing.
That's what I meant by that. Also, to the tens of thousands of video, they turned out to be child porn downloaded by that disgusting Jeffrey Epstein. Child porn is what they were. Never going to be released, never going to see the light of day.
Does that ring true with anybody? Like, didn't she already say that they were going through all? I mean, look at her past statements, guys. That's why people aren't falling for this, because they're just clumsy. Now, again, that could be incompetence, or it could be that something else is happening.
To him being an agent, I have no knowledge about that. We can get back to you on that.
Great. I can get back to on that. Like, she's so bad at this. The bottom line, guys, is very clearly Acosta, who was Trump's person. And in fact, that's what the article we just read shows you, that they sat down with the Trump administration. He admitted he was told to back off, didn't ask any questions. And apparently that was okay with the Trump administration. Yeah, come on board. As long as you cover for Israel, it's all good. That's what's going on right now in a lot of ways, or CIA as well, but they're covering for this. That she told you there was more to this, and now they're backing away from it. You can ask why. You should ask why.
Greg Reese reporting.
Now here is another clip. This is about the missing minute, which is just clumsy. Again, the way that she's conducting this, it just shows you that she doesn't have confidence. Oh, and I was going to make the other point about the intelligence side of it. You're going to tell me, Pam Bondi, that you have access to everything we do, all the evidence, the entire file, and you have no knowledge of what seemingly everybody else knows about? That Acosta was told about, that Trump has commented on? You're telling me you have no knowledge of that? Like, see, if she was more seasoned at this, she would have had a better answer. To say you have no knowledge proves that you're lying. Simple as that. But that's her trying to, that's the all or nothing mindset for these people. She doesn't want to worry. She doesn't want Trump to be mad at her. So I have nothing to say about anything ever until you're told to say everything. And then it becomes everything you know all the time. You can't have both. You can't, she's a liar like they all are. Or rather, to be more clear, Bondi is she's like, I think all of them in the presence of Trump is very meek. You do what you're told. They've been proving that, even if it's wrong, even if it's counter to your integrity, if you have that. They're clearly continuing to show that they will march along with whatever Trump does. So here, Sal the Agris points out, some Americans don't have maps, so they can't find the missing minute. He's making a joke about an old clip that was circulating, but I just think it's worth pointing out. This does feel similar.
Clips that give off the same energy.
And the minute missing from the video, we released the video showing definitively. The video was not conclusive, but the evidence prior to it was showing he committed suicide.
Oh, was that? Not at all, though, because literally nobody thought that. And the video, as you told us, Bondi, which is the way this is what I keep showing you. She told you this would put it to bed, right? She said it'll be absolutely, well, they all did, but she stressed it, that the video it'll prove to you. Bongino said the same thing. Now it comes out, and they go, well, the video wasn't conclusive, but what we showed you before that was, but it wasn't, though, because the video was supposed to make it full. They know this again is why I call it desperate, because you don't think they're smart enough to recognize that they're being caught in a lie. They're just hoping that the narrative carries it across. Think about how wild that is.
And what was on that, there was a minute that was off the counter. And what we learned from Bureau of Prisons was every night, they redo that video. It's old, from like 1999.
The system is what she means, by the way.
So every night the video is reset, and every night should have the same minute missing. So we're looking for that video to release that as well.
Oh, you're looking for it. Like you wouldn't have 1,000 possible examples of any video. So if it happens every night, I'm sure it takes a long-term investigation to find another night to show us. So you're looking for that? The way she says that makes it sound like she hasn't even proven that to herself yet. Is it the narrative somebody spun for you? Wouldn't surprise me that that's how flimsy this is. But you realize that they put this out without noting that. So either they didn't know there was a missing minute, or they just pretended not to, or they hoped you wouldn't notice. Because look, if they put it out and there's a missing minute, the very first thing you would do would be like, well, just heads up, there's a minute that's missing. Here's why that makes sense. They really didn't think people would notice, I guess. We showed it for you. It's an entire minute. Okay, let's just even say that she's accurate, that it's a system thing. Well, then that's exactly what we always told you, that there would be an anomaly, right? How many times did we bring that up? There's going to be a missing moment or a cut in the video where they're going to say, well, don't worry. And that's going to be where we go, well, that could have been where it happened. Exactly. Whatever it could be, an Israeli agent coming in, the CIA, somebody giving them instructions that says, do this or we're going to kill your family, whatever.
Showing that a minute is missing every night. And that's it on Epstein.
I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation.
You get the point. This making, a cheap knock at the fact that she's a blonde or stupid. The point is that it to me felt very clumsy. And the way she's saying that doesn't make sense. So I get the reference. Now here is what a lot of the cover is. And this has been, I mean, look, we've been highlighting a lot of this across the partisan field for a lot recently, but wow, is this one of the most embarrassing ones? And I mean that legitimately. If you look at what's happened and what's the narratives being spun and what everyone can, and even the majority of the conservative side of the conversation that is really calling this out. On the 7th, Alex Jones says the Epstein jail cell footage missing a full minute. This is not, well, here's what's funny. It doesn't say is, it says this is a setup to make the Trump administration look guilty of a cover-up. Exclamation mark. Statement. Who edited tape? This is a setup to make the Trump administration look guilty? Are you kidding me? Like, so you're telling me that Bondi got the tape. Bondi put the tape out. You clearly looked at it. You're supposed to before. So you're the one that put it out. And you're telling us that now the Trump administration was set up by them getting a tape they put out? I mean, this is the most desperate deflection I've seen from him. It's embarrassing, but it is everywhere. The Stones and they're all stepping up to try to gaslight you into thinking that everything that's happening is the right direction. David Icke says Trump is in power at the time, or was in power at the time, right, Alex? And is in power now. So I have no idea who edited the tape. Just crazy. Tim Cass came out with this show saying deep state plot for regime change against Trump exposed. Democrats demand violence. Then the whole point is they're talking about the Epstein overlap. Here on the 9th, he says exclusive high-level sources confirm covert war inside the U.S., Israeli, and other Western intelligence agencies is behind the Epstein case whitewash. Right. So it's the black hats fighting the white hats as always, right? Plus, Trump is using blackmail to control the deep state rather than expose high-profile individuals. Yes, not a joke. They're actually, so here's what's crazy about this. He's playing this at the same time, both on one side of it, is Trump being tricked by the tape, or is he being manipulated? Or at the same time, is he using the tape to blackmail the deep state? Sort of very Israeli of you, Alex Jones. Give us both narratives and we can pick which one we like the most. It's like a choose your own adventure book. How embarrassing. And I said, is that the same high-level source who confirmed to you that the Ukraine war had ended, or that Netanyahu and Trump had broken ties? Just double checking. Here he says, Alex Jones claim, or a shot of Ezra says, Alex Jones claims the Trump administration holds explosive blackmail material on key deep state figures, to him, which means Democrats, of course, and has struck a secret deal to keep it quiet. Okay, so you're now reporting, and you watch the video, that it's okay, or I mean, he'll always play it out like it's not okay and that we need to fight this, but then blindly support it every day. That Trump is allowing pedophiles to go free because it's going to work out in the long run. Trust the plan. Right? Well, it's sort of like letting MS-13 go because it'll work out in the long run to get rid of all the people crossing the street illegally that are aliens with visas. And has struck a secret deal. Wait, with pedophiles. Okay. According to Jones, the argument allows Trump to pursue his America First agenda without interference. Of course. But if the deep state breaks the deal, Trump can unleash the files on them. The files that they just screamed at you aren't even real and don't exist. But then they'll go, I tricked you. It was all a 4D chess move, and now we can put him in jail after we let them rape kids in the meantime, though. But now it's done. Does anybody actually believe this? Clearly, George Galloway doesn't. Perfectly absurd. At the very least, even if you believe it's possible, well, that's what I said right here. This is what it looks like to not let the facts get in the way of your self-serving narrative. Or in this case, the utter lack of evidence. Look, what he's saying is it's whole cloth. You're grabbing at a hypothetical narrative with nothing to back it up other than secret sources who seem to mislead you all the time, if they're even there. This one, David Icke, same point. High-level sources confirm that he's using the blackmail. David Icke says, it's hysterical watching the influencer members of the Trump cult disappearing up to their own backsides as they come back to daddy as Trump and seek to recover from the fleeting realization that daddy has been a fraud all along. There were a few tears to start with as realization dawned, but cult members are so programmed and personally dependent on their Jim Jones that they must quaff the Kool-Aid and find a way to explain why their daddy is such a blatant liar and con man. And realize Trump called himself daddy. Daddy's home was the whole thing, which is also a Palantir thing, by the way. But it says, thus we have everyone around the cult leader blamed. Bondi, Patel, Bongino, which is such a strange thing. All of them are trying to go like, Bondi's the one. Like somehow Trump is completely, like this is the point we all laugh about. So he's either simultaneously completely out of the know all the time, so it's not his fault, but at the same time is secretly controlling everything when it works for him. It's just lazy thinking. But it goes, we have everyone around him blamed, but never their God King. And here is the most ludicrous take of all from Alex Jones. If Trump does go down, then so does he. If Trump does go down, then so does he. And desperation doesn't begin to describe it. Trump is covering up the Epstein files and lying to his base because, wait for it, he's blackmailing the deep state. Now that is truly desperate. I can do no more than quote the great Bill Hicks, who we just played for you, has a, more than once screamed about how Alex Jones was basically pretending to be him and lying about him, trying to emulate him, and was a dishonest person. He says, quote, go back to bed, America. Your government has figured out how it all transpired. Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again. Here you go, America. You are free to do as you will, to do as we tell you. You are free to do as we tell you. Alex Jones has worked it out. Phew, that was close. He almost had to face reality. Sad. Now, here's an interesting development. This is, Chris Sky. He's a very long-term supporter of Alex Jones. He's calling him out. Now, I believe there's some cussing, so prepare yourself if you got kids, earmuffs, but it's worth hearing what he's saying.
How fucking stupid are MAGA? I just heard Alex Jones right now. Alex Jones, a man I used to respect since I was 14 years old, and recently, actually, not that recently, for a few years I was questioning his authenticity. But today, he just lost me forever, and I'm going to call out Alex Jones as a lying, cock-sucking piece of shit right now. He literally just made a video where they are now saying, this is the new MAGA coping mechanism, that Trump is not releasing the Epstein files because he's using it to control the deep state and reverse blackmail them. Totally. That's why he's Israel's bitch completely and doing everything that they want, because he's secretly now blackmailing the deep state with the Epstein files. That's going to be the new Trump narrative for them to trust the plan. That Trump is now playing 75D chess with the Mossad, and Trump, all by himself, is really pulling the strings against the Mossad and everybody else. Alex Jones, you're so fucking full of shit, and I'm sorry that I ever went on your show and gave you everybody the appearance of your legitimacy. This is Chris Sky signing off. Fuck you, Alex Jones.
Now, sorry for the cussing. He's got a very large following. And my point is showing that this is a person who has been pretty hardcore supporting of Trump, of Jones for a long time. So I think right now there's probably a lot of people who have aligned themselves with this platform who are hopefully starting to reflect on the kind of people they're working with, because it's important. There's a lot of people out there, I'd like to believe TLAV is one of them, that acts in the interest of integrity, of truth, of honesty, to a fault, to our detriment, in fact, in a lot of ways. Side note, sort of like BitChute, acts in it to its detriment for the right reasons, right? Is fighting for free speech even as it's used against them. That's what it looks like to have integrity, guys. That's the point. And so recognize the kind of people out there who demonstrate the opposite. Call it out. Now, here are some overlaps in regard to Trump and his team and so on. And this is Kash Patel. Here's what he was saying in 2023. To get into the more of the Epstein overlap in regard to what they're saying. I just find it interesting. Him and Trump, a couple of good examples that have been circulating.
Who has Jeffrey Epstein's
Black Book?
Black Book.
FBI.
But who? That is that. I mean, there's.
Oh, that's under direct control of the director of the FBI. Just like the manifesto from the Nashville school shooting of the Catholic school. Yeah. We still haven't seen that, right? It's not the Nashville police or PD saying we don't want this out. The FBI airmailed into that operation and said, this is not getting out. Because they do that because this is another government gangster operation.
I mean, look, is it just my opinion? But just the impression that I get from these people, they feel like juniors, right? They feel like they are the second string in so many ways. The way they talk, the way they move, they're juvenile, they're childish, they're uninformed. or they're tapping into what they think you want to hear. My point in saying all that is that now he gets into power and he has an entirely different tune. Not just that he now has access and realized he was wrong, but he's selling you on something here that he claims he knows that now suddenly changes. So either he was lying here or he's lying now. That's the real point. My point in showing you all this is that that's what people do who do not think, what's the right term for it? Think ahead is what I'm going to say, but there's a term for that, Think three-dimensionally. The point is that clearly people can consider what they're saying now, how it might affect them in the future. How often have I said that if you lie about everything, eventually you're going to turn and step on a previous lie to sell a new one. And I think that's what we're recognizing. People that are just not, they're not thinking long-term.
All these local law enforcement communities get funding from the DOJ and FBI for local programs. And if you don't cooperate, you're not getting your $1 million for this, and you're not getting and that's a lot of money to these local districts. That's how they play the game. That's why you don't have a black book.
But the black book, it's not just sitting. I mean, that's Hoover power times 10.
And to me, that's a thing I think President Trump should run on day one. Roll out the black book.
Right? And there you go. Right? So the point is, that's the narrative anyway. Right? And so clearly what's funny is just as a collective, just understanding, everyone here knows there's a list and they know they have it, and that's control. Funny how they're singing a different tune now. Even the pun like Glenn Beck and the rest. So suddenly now they say otherwise, and now you know otherwise. Right? At what level do we get any evidence to back these things up?
And not just that. On day one, roll out all of the text messaging communications we were told were deleted. On day one, play the rest of the video of the pipe bomber. On day, one of the reforms I talk about in Government Gangsters is you need a central node to be continuously declassifying. This is another thing they do. They overclassify. And I'm telling you, as a former number 2 in the IC, they overclassify 50% of the stuff there to protect the deep state. Oh, no, you can't see that. Nothing to see here. Gina was a master at it, of doing it. And we still haven't seen half of the Russiagate report that we wrote. Still under lock and key. On how the ICA was originally constructed. We put 10,000 man-hours against John Brennan's team that did it. And we found out why they came up with their bogus conclusion. But we couldn't sell it to the world because we couldn't talk about it, and the government gangsters came in and buried it. All of these things, there needs to be a continuing central...
Now that's what they're doing. Funny how that works. Partisan revolving door. But as Michael Tracy says, Kash Patel 2023, Epstein's black book is under the direct control of the director of FBI. So did Patel succumb to the deep state conspiracy once in power, or was he always just throwing red meat at the dullards? That's kind of what I was getting at. Is like just throwing you what you want to hear. Occam's razor says the latter. Here's what he says. All right, this is the... Oh, sorry, right there. This is the point. So here's what he says today. The conspiracy theories just aren't true. Never have been. It's an honor to serve the President of the United States, and I'll continue to do so for as long as he calls me. Okay, so as I said, can you care to explain the certainty in the video below? If the conspiracy theories aren't true and never were, so were you spinning conspiracy theories right here, Kash Patel? You just have to understand, like that statement is very different than what he's doing right there. So which one do you believe? Either way, it shows you dishonesty, doesn't it? Here's same point with Donald Trump. Trump before the election, Trump after the election.
Bill Clinton.
Nice guy. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island with Jeffrey Epstein. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. That island.
And don't forget, when the island and Epstein got brought up in the earlier parts of this, he's like, who's that? Who Epstein? Clearly he knew who he was. So explain why he had to lie like that when brought it up before. And now acting like it's not important.
This guy's been talked about for years.
That island was really a cesspool. There's no question about it. Just ask Prince Andrew.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration.
The greatest tragedy, excuse me. Right. So we're going to pretend that, and it was sad. People died. Right? It wasn't a small thing. But are we going to pretend like the Texas issue was a major? There, in the context of what's going on in the world, that's not some major, massive. It's a sad thing that children died, and it's serious weather. But think about what he's framing it as. That you're trying to suggest that the Texas reporting is more important than this earth-shattering, massive global blackmail network that's run through Israel and our country. I mean, that's why everyone was like just almost shaken by that. People who want to believe in him were very shaken. That doesn't make any sense with anything we were told. And as people pointed out, rightly so, pretty defensive. So here is another clip. Orwell points out that this was before the election. Same kind of thing. Very different than what we're hearing now. With Tucker, of course.
But yeah, the closer you look into it, I mean, the Attorney General of the United States, your Attorney General clearly lied about the Epstein death.
Yeah,
and
he was.
Why?
He was certainly. It wasn't well done. They had no cameras. They had no.
Yeah, your person. Like, think about what he's saying right there. He's very clearly saying your guy lied. There's no way you can see the way even Trump responds. It's like somehow he's aloof. He's like beyond it all. It wasn't me. It was Acosta. I had nothing to do with it. It's just insane that we act like that makes sense. And of course, if you have Biden, it doesn't matter whether he's even in the room. It's all his fault because he's president. Well, guess what? I agree with that. Same thing here, though. Apply the logic equally. The president is the person allegedly in power and is responsible for everything, whether they're even aware of what's happening. Yes. On top of that, he was aware. He was involved in that conversation, Acosta and the rest. It's all very clear. So remember, again, he asked, your guy lied, and listen to how he responded.
Epstein death.
Yeah.
Lied about. Attorney General clearly lied about the Attorney General of the United States. Your Attorney General clearly lied about the Epstein death.
Yeah,
and
he was.
Why?
He was certainly. It wasn't well done. They had no cameras. They had no anything. Everybody was sleeping, and a case could be made. Look, I'm not going to get involved in it, but I can tell you a case could be made either way. But it certainly wasn't the most well-run place.
So, does that seem like genuine journalism to you? It's a softball dynamic like we see all the time with these people. Here is the one you pretty much saw, but we played it already. I mean, it's the same clip. Are you talking about Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. Are people still talking about that creep? I can't believe you're asking about Epstein. That's just insane. And I said, and this is the important part to think about. I responded to that saying, it's your base asking that question, Donald Trump. It's majority of the people asking that question are the people that support you. And I simply said, once again, showing the reality of the two-party illusion and the shrieking sycophants who now parrot this statement, despite moments ago telling you Trump would expose it all, and it was paramount, are showing us the reality of team sport politics. And here they are. As Adam rightly points out, I mean, it went around, guys, and it's still happening. People are going, honestly, I'm just sick of talking about the Epstein list, even though that account 30 seconds ago was saying, this is going to bring down the Democrats, and I can't wait. You're all scared. Liberals are shaking right now. So I'm so sick of hearing about the Epstein files. I mean, it's everywhere, just endless amounts. Insurrection Barbie. I'm not saying we need to move on, but I want to see accountability for everything. But what I'm saying is we need to move past this. Yeah, exactly. The conservative movement, Charlie Kirk says, needs to focus more time, energy, and focus on how Islam is rapidly taking over the West. Thanks, Israel. That's what's happening. Here are some specific examples. The reckoning. Trump, this is 2025, February. Trump knows the Epstein issue isn't going to just go away. July 8th. He literally just told you to get over it. I'm sorry if that triggers you. You now have two choices. Accept the answers you're getting or assume Trump is now engaged in a conspiracy. But see, they already know the answer is, well, that's definitely not what we're ever going to consider, regardless of the evidence. So get over it. That's what he's telling you. Just accept what the government just told you, you stupid. Either way, this is the end of the Epstein conversation. Can you imagine? So if Biden came out and said, it's over, there's nothing there, what do you think this guy would have said? Trump, no, that's not going to go away. These people deserve ridicule. Like, that is sad. And it's everywhere. Kathy Ultramaga says, Democrats will get equal time when Epstein list is released. Reserve your disgust and buckle up, sweetie. 2024. 2025. Seriously, who gives an F about these files? All perfectly timed right after Trump said, let's move on. This one, February 26, 2025. Brendan Dilley says the Epstein list is the ultimate Trump card. 2025. I hope this means that we can stop talking about this stupid SHIT. How embarrassing. Jason Bassler kind of redid that old meme. This one shows Trump and Vance and Musk and Biden and Kamala and Obama, and I'm suddenly blanking on his name. That's crazy. And the other Democrat in the middle there. He says, then, and they're all laughing and drinking beer together. And he says, then we told them that that Epstein killed himself and had no clients and gaslit them for continuing to talk about it. Exactly. Now, Dershowitz is not the one over there, but this one, the name that I was going to say, and I'm blanking on the name in the other picture. But the point is, here's Dershowitz. Mint Press News. I know the names of the individuals. I know why they're being suppressed, and I know who's suppressing them. You got to love that. I kept my underwear on. Dershowitz wants you to believe that he secretly knows because he defended them, he says. Yet somehow doesn't want that information to come out and will never say anything. So you have my point is, this is them trying to tell you, I think he knows it's never going to come out. So what he's doing is making it sound like he secretly knows, and wink, wink, it's all Democrats, is what they're trying to do. That's what I think anyway. Or rather, not only Democrats in this context, but specifically only enemies of Israel. But which is, the way I said Democrat from the way that it's being framed in the partisan field. But in a general sense, the way I believe it's actually in effect is about anybody criticizing Israel. Trump says Epstein files could destroy people. See, now this is from the 10th. So the point is, we're starting to get to this point to where it's going, okay, well, they're not buying that, right? They're still talking about it. So let's give them something to bite onto. Well, it's gonna destroy the country, though. You don't want that, Americans, do you? You really think people are going to buy that, guys? Come on. The bottom line is it could destroy innocent people, could destroy the country. And then that overtook the conversation. Here comes Kirk dutifully jumping in. Would you support releasing the Epstein files, even if it could send Republicans to prison? Don't even finish the sentence. Yes, obviously. Anybody with integrity or a brain or, anybody that actually cares about what this is about. You really believe their answer is going to be, no, never mind. Keep pedophiles as long as unless it only goes up to Democrats. It just shows you how childishly insane this is. Yes or no? And you realize, look, most people are saying yes, go after it no matter what. But the point is, this is supposed to be a push to go, maybe we should let it go because, Republicans. Insane. Here's Benny Johnson with Roseanne, because, she's super intelligent and super informed, or not at all, and parrots whatever people like him say. But Roseanne Barr says that if real prosecutions happened over the Diddy and Epstein connections, the Diddy part that he interviewed Dershowitz as well and said a good win for Diddy fighting against the bad guys. Him and what's his name? That other disgusting creep that Milk Bar TV is calling. Well, why can't I think of names today? The other one, the Tate brothers, these people are horrifying, like objectively proven, disgusting people. And they're acting like they're fighting all these things in other parts of the world while supporting the most visible and clear examples of what they claim they're fighting. And so my point is, if real prosecutions happen over Diddy and Epstein, it would trigger a collapse that exposes everything. Well, yeah. So everyone's going good. Isn't that what we're all calling for? But you see, that's not what they're getting at. It says, quote, it goes to the royals of the world, not just Hollywood. It's the devil's world, and they want to destroy us. Got to go. You see, the sentiment, though, begins to build into, well, it's going to bring down the government. It's going to bring down good things, and so maybe we have to play this differently. Here, True Stream Media. And this is the leading report, one of these other platforms I don't like. Trump said the Epstein files could destroy innocent people. This person says, conservative alternative. It would literally destabilize the world. 2/3 of Congress and a large portion of the world's most powerful people would be imprisoned, which basically means society would at least partially collapse. But despite that last statement, who wouldn't want that? Who wouldn't want people who are guilty to be arrested, regardless of the consequences? Well, what's funny? Those conservatives would have told you that, except now you're getting the sentiment building through the conversation where maybe we shouldn't because it's not working out how we wanted. As Amity says, your terms are acceptable. I agree. True Stream Media says, so the argument is we have no choice but to live in a corrupt world run by corrupt people, because if the corrupt people were put in prison for their corruption, the corrupt world would fall apart. Have I got that right? Because if so, do you hear how stupid that sounds? Here is a concerned citizen. If they released the Epstein list, it would literally crash the world's economy. Given the number of high-profile people involved, would it be worth it? Trying to act like we're just framing a thoughtful thing. No, you're trying to set tones right now about why maybe we should back away from this because it's going to hurt our agenda. God. And I said, am I the only one near laughing out loud at how many on this platform, either of their own accord or because someone got them to do it, are posting this elitist serving blind assumption below after spewing the last year spending the last year telling us that Trump releasing the list was an absolute? And the answer to his question, yes, it would. Yes, it would be worth it. Do it right now. My God. Now, this is one that this guy has a special place in my heart for disdain after he hosted, in the quotes, that really disgustingly ridiculous debate, if you can call it that, between Laura Loomer and my gosh. That is so weird. I don't know why I'm blanking on names today. Dave Smith. There it is. My point is this guy here, not this guy you're looking at, this guy here from the little sidekick from Valuetainment. I mean, it's embarrassing to me to watch this person. That debate was bad. It wasn't a debate. By the way, Dave Smith just completely destroyed her, which is just objectively obvious. One person was spreading facts. The other person was deflecting all the time. But the guy just didn't know how to do a debate. He was constantly letting her talk over everybody and does not know what he's talking about, in my opinion. But that's all aside. This is him explaining to you while people are over investing in the Epstein list, trying to get you to feel like it's just not important and everyone's overreacting. Does it sort of sound like Trump and Israel? It should. That's where it's coming from, in my opinion.
I got to get the flight logs, bro. I got to know. And I'm not saying that's how you operate, but I think there's a lot of losers and brokies that are obsessed with stuff like this. These are the same people that instead of going home and working out and building a business and doing things with their life, they're Netflix and chilling, or they're just doom scroll.
What a really stupid connect. So you're first of all, like, that's even good versus bad. But the idea that because people care about whether our government involved pedophilia, sexual blackmail networks, and Israel involvement in that, whether that gets dealt with or not, is somehow conflated with you not being lazy and having no ambition and drive. I mean, it's just, this to me feels very clumsy and about just trying to conflate this with anything else that makes, like, the things they talk about, right? The being a man and get, working and, whatever the kind of sentiments they're putting out about who you should be in the world. You couldn't have patched together a better argument for why this doesn't make sense. In the way it starts with, ooh, it's like, it's childish to me.
All day. And there's so many people that I think obsessed with things that they have no control over.
I get it, but I get where you're coming from. But
and then, of course, I'm not really familiar with this guy, but the person that they bring on to make the argument and contrast, it doesn't seem to really do a good job. Let's put it that way. Feels very frantic and not really informed. I mean, I don't know. I could be wrong. But to me, this is how it gets set up, to where this is something like, there's 100 other people I think could have better articulated this point.
That guy that's drinking Mountain Dew in his trailer and sitting there, who's an American patriot that pays his taxes and has kids and a family, Adam, he wants to know if the government that he's living under is controlled by foreign countries because they have tapes of them raping fucking underage kids.
In the general sentiment, yes, obviously, right? That's the point. So I agree with where he's coming from, that he's shocked that the other guy thinks that this isn't important. Obviously, Americans want to know what's going on. This is important in every possible sense of the word. Well, all I'm really saying is that there's a better way the argument could have been constructed. And I tend to think that's how this is kind of set up. But either way, it's about the other guy that's the main point.
Adam, it's not a shiny little thing. No, Adam,
I don't think
it's not a shiny little thing in the air.
Everything you were right.
Stupid.
Everything you were right. Everything you said is accurate, other than the word controlled.
Of course, because you can't clearly highlight how Israel is blatantly controlling our government policy or people in our government or the outcome of their agenda. I mean, everything we're talking about. It is the story of the day, and it's very obvious what that means. And people like this are the best they can do. You're going to roll out this guy to make us think we're wrong? Not going to work.
They are controlled. The intelligence community,
Adam,
I don't know anything about this.
Adam.
They
good. He doesn't know anything about it, but go ahead.
You didn't hear the CIA guy from yesterday? Adam, think about this, Adam. If you are comfortable with Mossad, which is Israel, or Russia, or anybody, their blackmail ring, their operation, think about this, Adam. Would you be comfortable as a country going, you know what? Epstein's our guy. We own him. Lex Wester, all this money, he's a billionaire. Let's wire everything, bring everybody there to have sex with underage kids because it's the island and whatever. And we're going to use that to get what we want. CIA, Mossad, anybody. How disgusting and evil. If you really think about that, step back from who it is. I don't give a shit who it is, Adam. If that is your operation,
you see, there's not really any tangible things to take from it. He's just saying, if there's rape and sexual things, how crazy is that? It's not a well-constructed argument. Like there's things we could lay out that are verifiable facts. And then, yes, the sentiment he's making is still valid. The larger point that it does matter because clearly it's insane. But the idea that you can prove these things about what's been going on well beyond Epstein, well beyond Israel as a matter of policy. But the real point about what it was used and how it's in the infiltration of the government entities. Like, okay, people like Dennis Hastert we've talked about. Somebody at the highest levels of power. But there's plenty of other examples of this. And it's not just sexual like abuse or like harassment, right? We're talking about the kind of stuff that they get caught doing that nobody ever knows about, that then gets held over them in regard to what they vote on that day. The evidence around that kind of infiltration through just Epstein is the real point. And the evidence of how Epstein's connected with intelligence through Israel, through the CIA, and how that person connects back with all the different things we talked about, with the eugenics, the future of the technological advancement, him seeding the world. The overall point, though, is that this is something that is not just about a theory, which is how these people want it. Like the first guy, Adam, I think they said his name was, acting like we're being irrational for wanting the information. I think this is working from a very clear political, whether it's from this country's political drive that I do believe Israel is creating, or whether it is directly from Israel. That's what I think is driving this conversation. Completely my opinion.
Holy shit. You are one of the most evil, disgusting unit operation, period. And for those little people, Adam, the ones that you think are stupid that are sitting there, they don't just want the flight logs. They want everybody that's involved to fucking go down, period. Right. Accountability. It's simple.
To me, it's just a whole lot of noise and there's not a lot of signal.
Okay, so you mean the fact that there was, it's not enough to know that there are women that were raped and abused and sex trafficked that are testifying to the evidence there. Our government tells us it's real. All that aside, but there's just noise? Like, so here's what's crazy to me. The evidence that we have that the government acknowledges, right, which that's a fraction of it, is enough for them and the entirety of the mainstream media to acknowledge this is a sexual blackmail pedophile network. That's what they'll tell you. And yet you're okay stopping before anybody is held accountable for that? That's all noise to you, to not see any actual accountability for the thing they've all admitted is happening or has happened? I mean, just think about how insane that is. Especially since the reality is, whether Epstein killed, the reality of what happened to him is he's one part of a larger dynamic. That's the actual point. You don't have a network when it's one guy, but he's okay, acting like it's all a bunch of noise.
A whole lot of noise, and there's not a lot of signal. It's like, all right, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, what is that? What is that supposed to be about? That's what you're doing. I mean, there's tons of people that have been investigating this long term. People, by the way, that you've had on, Whitney Webb has been on this show. And this is how you respond to the reality of these allegations, the well-documented long-term evidence of what they've been doing and who they're involved with.
Can we stay focused on the fact that the Wuhan lab that was in Wuhan, when there was a lab leak and basically took over the world?
Okay, so now we're just back to square one, taking at face value the White House press release. These people are not real, in my opinion. Whether they are meaning what they're saying or not, these are the stand-up token dynamics. If you're going to literally just parrot what the Trump administration said about, by the way, the same topic that people like you were shouting down when this first started is the consideration of whether or not that was the reality was discussed by people like us. The reality of the evidence now has just light years away from what he's talking about. But that's where, this is my point in the past. They're pointing back to something they want you to focus in on. Ignore what's happening in front of you. Look back at the thing they now want you to look at.
Let me tell you
like
what,
that is way more important.
I posted something
than
on
Epstein.
You caused
Which
it.
topic is most important to you?
To our audience, Epstein's and Mossad CIA ties is number one.
More than COVID. I gotta tell you, there's some losers out there.
Oh my God, right. Your own audience he's talking to. There's some losers out there. How dare you talk about what you care about most? Doesn't that seem a little desperate, guys? Does to me. Here, this one's longer, but this is, I won't play it. I'll play it, but it's High Impact Flicks. Brian Young, High Impact Flicks. He says, these goofballs knew Trump was owned, were warned by us and plenty of others, against voting for the lesser of two evils, endorsed the current administration in front of their massive audiences anyway, and are now acting shocked that their guy is aiding and abetting child predators and covering up for a pedo ring. But somehow, it's only Bondi, Patel, Bongino, who should step down. Yep, this is the quartering talking with Luke Rudowski. We are change. And they're just doing the same old tap dance. Can't be Trump's fault, right? Cat Turd says, I've never seen so many bots in my replies as I've seen today. It's on the 8th. Trying to sow division. The same point I make every time. Yeah, there's certainly probably that happening too. But the point is, you don't need bots to drive this division. These people are just simply not morons. They're not stupid and blind and following like they see it. They call it out. The problem is that people like this are so invested in the blind support that once that starts to fade, well, they have to make it into be something else. It must be some division Democrat tactic. Well, probably involved too, because that's always going on. But clearly, people in the conservative movement, Republicans and MAGA and Maha, I think most of them are honest because they wanted the good things that you guys played them into thinking were happening. Now they're calling it out. Thank God. He says, I know the people who regularly reply to me. I do this all day, every day. Yeah, we know that. Almost everyone saying negative stuff in my replies today I've never seen before. Okay. The point is people are starting to see through it, man. Jack Posobiec does the same thing. Most of what I'm seeing in my replies this is a different post, same point though. Most of what I'm seeing are new accounts I've never seen before. Under 100 followers. Okay. It's just, that doesn't prove anything. Plenty of people come on this platform new. Maybe they could be bots. If they are, they're most likely working for Israel through CHEQ, as Censorban pointed out, but who cares about that? Jack says, I actually noticed the same thing yesterday in my replies. Typical people all coming out trying to downplay what's really being seen. He goes, and it was all accounts who had no previous interaction with me. AI MAGA network or something. And I said, no, they're just not complete morons and who will act against their own interests for the team. We all see you. So, last few points on this, little segments here. Bondi, as we pointed out, seems to be the focal point. And this is what we get from the breakdown, which is actually pretty funny. So basically what we get is Megyn Kelly and Kirk at the same Turning Point USA discussion, and she's saying, I blame Pam Bondi. She's never missed an opportunity to go on TV and dangle sweet nothings. And Nick Sorter's like, holy crap, look at them going after her. They're such outrage machines. It's so funny to me. They're all such children. The point, though, is that someone gave the talking point, or at the very least, Megyn put this out and everyone picked it up on it, or somebody put out the talking point. Bondi's the one. We can't blame Trump because that's our entire, that's everything we build. We have to blame Bondi, which again, as I pointed out over here, really quickly, the point is that this is stated, right? And then it's funny is that later, Jones comes out and goes, breaking exclusive, and says the same thing that everybody already picked up from what she said earlier. But it's a breaking solo exclusive that everyone's already been talking about. The point is that Bondi's going to be the one. And so based on that sentiment they were all floating, I simply said, so apparently Bondi is the one slated to be thrown under the bus for the Epstein cover-up that everyone but partisans saw coming. Who needs enemies when you have allies like Donald Trump? Let's not forget, and it's not unique to left or right, it's our government, but realize how often that happens. Trump's is more common with him, I would argue. Whether it's Bill Barr or, you're the ally until you're the enemy, right? Ask Elon Musk. Or that's part of the game and they're coordinating. I don't know. But it's just sad. And this is the meme. The Epstein client list is on my desk. Next to me, what desk? Yank, you're out of there. I mean, I don't think it's happened yet, but clearly this is the building sentiment. Now, Trump spoke up about this, saying that's not okay. We'll get to in a second. Here's Charlie Kirk getting his marching orders. I still trust Dan Bongino. What about you? God, it's just embarrassing. Like, what kind of adult, especially with politicians, you trust him? I mean, that's infantile, guys. And this guy is not someone who you should trust. Just look at what he says and how he's contradicting himself. And clearly they're all lying to you right now about all of this, and he wants you to ignore that. Again, Jones says, Pam Bondi to take the blame for the Epstein case. Plus, FBI Director Bongino will resign soon. But Patel will stay on. Now, maybe. Now, again, these are things that have already been floated out. It's not like some breaking inside thing. It's already been posted. I'll show it to you. The point, though, is that when you could point back and if it does happen and say, I renew it. But half the time, it doesn't happen. That's how you play this game, and all your followers will scream whatever you say tomorrow. The point is that clearly it is possible. And if it does happen, it shows you none of this is going in the direction that he and many others told you it would. Gunther Eagleman, here, this is the one I was going to point to. Hold on. Kash Patel wants Pam Bondi out and might quit if Dan Bongino leaves. You see, it's not really some secret intel. It's publicly put out there. There's also frustration over the documents Bondi hasn't released, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So the point is that maybe that'll happen. Way Trump's saying, I don't think it will, but we'll come back to that. Gunther Eagleman, another one of these million follower accounts. He says, if the Epstein files are not released, there will be zero trust in our justice system. I said, so are you saying that if they are never released, that you'll no longer blindly trust Donald Trump? Or are you still pretending that he is not there right now? You know how this goes. Clearly, they're trying to, sidestep Trump. He's all day has been doing this, all last couple of days. He says, by not releasing Epstein files, Pam Bondi is protecting pedophiles. She must go. Right, because Bondi's the only one making this decision. Are we, isn't it funny how you all told us that Trump can do anything he wants anytime? Because mandate. Who cares about laws and constitution? But now suddenly he's bound by whatever Bondi does. I simply said, you misspelled Donald Trump. Here he goes. What kind of attorney general lies to protect child rapists? I can't say you misspelled Donald Trump. It just seems like such a childish sidestep. These guys know what they're doing. At least right now. Pam Bondi lost the trust of all Americans. She must go. You see how they're building? They're clearly just screaming this into they're trying to force this in to save Trump, it seems. Here's what Trump came out and said. This is, I think it was today. Yeah, it's today. What's going on with my boys and in some cases gals? They're all going after Attorney General Pam Bondi, who is doing a fantastic job. Uh-oh. Is Eagle Guntherman counter-signaling the leader? How dare you? He says, we're on one team, MAGA, and I don't like what's happening. We have a perfect administration. Really? Just keep saying that, Trump. Keep screaming the narrative. Maybe they'll follow suit. The talk of the world and selfish people are happening, are trying to hurt it, all by a guy who never dies, Jeffrey Epstein. Wow. For years, it's Epstein over and over again. Why are we giving publicity to files written by Obama, crooked Hillary, Comey? Oh my God. So suddenly the bombshell end all be all thing he's going to do for us becomes, how are you Democrats still focusing on this? Guys, this is why honest people, conservatives right now are going, dang it. That's not true. That's not even remotely what we were saying before. So I don't believe you're honest anymore. And it has broken the partisan game right now, at least for the moment. Jeez. And he goes, and all the loser criminals of the Biden administration. So now you're pretending that Biden's administration just wrote the Epstein files. You see what he's trying to do? So if this ever comes out with his name on it, he's going to go, Biden's did it. The Democrats lied about it. Even Jones already floated the idea that they were trying to blackmail him with fake information. They're very clearly trying to set this up. And as even Napolitano has recognized, it feels very desperate. It feels like you're trying to cover for something. Feels, what's the word he said? His reaction when he said that felt defensive. That was the word he used. It does. And he goes goes on to say, yeah, he goes, and con the whole world, Russiagate hopes, laptop from hell, and more. Yeah, we remember that. They created the Epstein files. What? They created the Epstein files? Just like they created the fake Hillary Clinton Steele dossier? Oh my God, are you now trying to tell us, Donald Trump, that the Epstein files are fake? This is a hard left turn, guys. This is not even remotely what any of them were telling you. And realize they weren't saying this last month, a few days ago. They were acting like they were going to give you everything because you still believe them. Now that he's sensing that nobody's buying it. Oh, it's all fake news. Democrat trick. What did I tell you? For some of them, it's going to work. He goes, that they used on me. And now my so-called friends are playing right into their hands. See, weak-minded people are going to run screaming because they don't want to be one of those people that get manipulated by Trump's, one of the friends that Trump's whatever, I can't say it right. Doesn't want to be one of those people that get manipulated. Even though you're not being manipulated, you're finally seeing the truth. It says, why didn't these radical left lunatics release him then? And there you see they all get their marching orders, or he's following their tune. Because they're possibly, which I believe, because you're all you're all compromised. And so they didn't release the files because you're all potentially criminal. It's the same reason that they used to never really turn on each other, because whether they're on the same side or not, you're all ultimately on the same side when it comes to controlling our lives. If there was anything in there that could have hurt MAGA movement, why didn't they use it? And they all come out and screech the same thing, like Viva Frey, despite clearly being smart enough to see through something this simple. They haven't even given up on John F. Kennedy or Martin Luther King. Right. So we're going to distract you over there. In the same, you already did JFK. That didn't turn out very well. You lied to us and it didn't give us any. And so now we're pretending like we're going back to it. Didn't you just tell us that was over? This is sad, guys. No matter how much success we've had securing the border, right? Just here's all the things we're supposed to claim all went the way we said they did, even though they didn't. Safer world where Iran will not have nuclear weapons. Israel just came out and said that didn't happen. They just said, nope, they've still got material because I told you they would, because that gives them the excuse to keep going. And so now Trump is counter-signaling his leadership in Israel. It's never enough for some people. We're about to achieve more in 6 months than any administration ever in the last million years, right? Or whatever he says. The same hyperbolic thing. We did more than anybody ever of all time. Not true. And we have so much more to do. We're saving our country and making America great again. Well, okay, I thought I could make jokes all day. It's just sad to me. Which will continue to be our complete priority. The left is imploding. Is that what's happening? That's what he wants people to start saying. Kash Patel and the FBI must be focused on investigating voter fraud. Wait, in what context? Political Corruption Act Blue? So we're just going to point forward to what, the midterms? Who cares about what's currently happening? Keep focusing on how we can play into election fraud and Democrat cheating, because that's what seems to get your attention. Yeah, oh, yep, and 2020. We're still focusing on that. Look backward, guys. Stop focusing on the current events. Wow. Radical left-inspired documents on Jeffrey Epstein. My God, guys. You're not stupid, right? I mean, don't let this work. You're not this stupid. Let Pam Bondi do her job. She's great. Thanks, Kellogg. The 2020 election was rigged and stolen, and they tried to do the same thing in 2024. Okay, but they didn't, though? I mean, explain this for me. So what are you saying, that they just didn't cheat well enough? I guess, but I mean, it's just lazy to think that this. So if that's the case, then what are we fighting right now? You won and you have control of everything. Like, the game is so clumsy. The only way any of this makes sense is if you actually stand back and recognize that what we're actually seeing is a power structure who is using flimsy arguments to keep you from recognizing that they're losing control over your narrative. It says 1 year ago, our country was dead. Now it's the hottest country anywhere. The hottest country. What is this? The Jersey Shore? We're watching what are we doing here, guys? Hottest country? I mean, he's aiming at the lowest common denominator. That is not what anybody wants. We don't want to be fashionable. We don't want to be the coolest country, the coolest dictator. We want the Epstein list. We want people to go to jail for crimes. That's what we want. Wow. Let's keep it that way and not waste time and energy on Jeffrey Epstein, somebody that nobody cares about. That's what he said. My God. Keep that on file, guys. That's not going to age well. Liz Wheeler. The Axios story is true. Pam Bondi and Deputy Dan Bongino had a yelling match in a White House over Bondi's egregious mishandling of the Epstein files. Or rather, they're setting this up. Clearly, it seems like she will be, the potential one thrown of the bus should that need to be done. But this is just her towing the line. Let's not forget, she was one of them. Here's my Epstein file, phase number 1. That's this you calling her out. So, I mean, she's simply going, what the mainstream media just told us is true. Well, that seems like a hard sell. Well, that's the point. Scoop, FBI's Dan Bongino clashes with Bondi. So this is the one exception where you're supposed to listen to the Democrat media, right? Or recognize that they're all selling you the same lies. How do you think they got this scoop, guys? They're setting narratives for you that don't work anymore. Well, David Icke, and this is the Reddit libertarian saying, Megyn Kelly ending Pam Bondi's career at Turning Point USA. This is the content I'm here for. Guys, it's children. Pam Bondi is an David Icke says Pam Bondi is an appalling attorney general because she was only appointed, and I agree with this, to be Trump's yes sir gopher. That's all she did. Now people like Kelly want to scapegoat her and ignore that she was simply doing the will of her boss. Guys, that's self-evident. Kelly is either yet another clueless mainstreamer diverting the attention of the alternative, or she knows what she's doing, which would be even worse. Completely agree with that. Again, Kash Patel wants Pam Bondi out and might quit if Dan leaves. What are you, 6 years old? What are you going to tag team? We're going to leave together. If he quits, I'm leaving. So what does that mean then? If he leaves, you leave. Does that mean you didn't believe in the Trump administration? Why would you leave if he leaves? I mean, think about what this means, guys. Everything's breaking down in front of you. These people are not. It's the same reason we show you the administration, where Vance and everybody else hated Trump and vice versa, before suddenly they're all on the team saving. We're going to save everybody together because we're all the right team. But every one of you called the other a shill and a grifter and a liar. And now you're all, I mean, it's because they'll all work together to control your life. That's all it comes down to. And Censored News points out, as Trump said, nobody cares about Epstein, which we just read through. The FBI must focus on other issues like political corruption. Here's the point he makes. Since that isn't a major facet of the Epstein case or anything, it's the whole point. See, they really want to divert this into just some kind of sexual discussion instead of what it was being used to do, which is blackmail politicians, control political outcomes. That's what this is. If you disagree, you support the radical left, crooked Hillary, and the Obama or something. He sees it. Clearly, they're desperately trying to tap into basic partisan division. So, of course, Jones steps in, and as David Icke points out, pivot the focus to the Clintons and the Democrats. Okay, the Clintons are pure evil. I agree. And have been exposed, and he's been exposing them, which I have too, and their abuse of mind-controlled slaves and their body count since the mid-1990s. Yeah, just type in Clinton body count on TLAV. You'll find a whole bunch of stuff on it. But Trump and Epstein, best friends for 10 to 15 years? Quote, we're on the Trump Epstein files, he says. Oh, I'm sure you are. But Trump has no history of connection to any of it, claims Jones. You've become a parody, mate. Jones is gaslighting for Trump. The Clinton child trafficking network is on the ground in Texas. Okay. Don't consider it. Look into it. But once you begin to realize that there's not, what he's doing is deflecting away from what's really happening, and that what he's giving you is nothing but a story. There's the idea, look, let's put it this way. Is the Clinton aspect, like a lot of the government aspects, connected to different aspects of what we argue are the underground blackmail or rather sex trafficking network? I think the evidence is undeniable on all sides of the paradigm. And also from overlapping points of international, foundational, like even like UN elements, but also the Child Protective Services point, as they themselves have acknowledged, is like a funnel for child trafficking. Not that they don't claim they're involved in it, which I do think there's more to that story, but really just that they can't help the overlap of bringing people into child services. Most of them end up in some kind of abuse situation. My point is, there is a story there, but for them to jump in and make it about Texas after they just tried to deflect onto Texas after he was wrong about July 4th and the revolution, I mean, they're just kicking this down the road, guys. But David points out, they were simply Clintons, pedophiles, like I just said. Look over there. And then Trump talks about Texas and how we saved a bunch of children. You think these things, I mean, they're I argue, clearly working together in the same narrative. Had that not lined up properly. Right here. So Trump says, and this is Jones again, Trump says he just announced that they've rescued 10,000 missing children. Okay. No, the way this is being framed is so dishonest. The idea that he just, saved 10,000 children, or rather that through this entire ongoing administration that he somehow rescued them from networks. No. If you look in the information, first of all, I don't find, what he's trying to claim is that somehow they've rescued 300,000 children that are missing and 10,000 they've already saved. Where are we getting this from? Are we talking about people that you've taken from, is it about migrants? What I'm talking about is this is a narrative they float out based on flimsy overlapping information that doesn't have to do with breaking down child trafficking networks, especially as you're literally covering for the most obvious example of that. Overall, it is look over here about what I claim I'm doing as we're covering up for child trafficking networks. I mean, how do you not see that? And of course, Alex goes right for it. That's why he goes Texas and he's in Clinton child network. He's just taking him at face value as he speaks off the cuff in front of people at an interview. But David Icke says, so what about the children missing in Gaza because of the weapons supplied by Trump? Now, different point. It's not this, that shouldn't be a taking away from what he's saying if you think it's true. That they call that whataboutism, right? That's not the point. It's about saying you can disagree or believe in this. question it because I don't think there's evidence to back it up. Secondarily, if you care about children, what about the ones you're killing in Gaza? Doesn't that matter? What about the children abused by Epstein, his best buddy for a decade or more? You think he cares about children? I think it's a joke. The same way, I mean, if you're murdering people in Gaza right now, you don't care about children. If you're killing people in Syria, you don't care about children. If you're bombing children in Somalia or Lebanon or anywhere else they're currently executing children every single day, then you don't care about children. On top of that, though, I'd love to see somebody back up anything you can make a claim that 10,000 children have been saved. Show it to me. I'll talk about it. Of course, Kristi Noem, while everyone's clearly breaking down, stands up and says, she says, the golden age of America is here. Right. As you're literally collapsing in front of people, you're going, we did it, we won. That's what they do. Travelers no longer need to remove their shoes during TSA. Oh, that's what we voted for. It's just embarrassing. First of all, let's not forget that the whole thing is a manipulation. The entire security theater that James Corbett's broken down forever is obviously, they don't care about your shoes, guys. This is about trying to keep you in control. Now they're just going to go, we took it away, the thing that we didn't really need in the first place. So will you ignore Epstein now? That's what Charlie Robinson says. The golden age of America is the world-class Barnum statement. Make sure you check out Barnum World, the different documentary they just put out. Or more of a movie, really, but it's kind of an important story. Same thing here. Kristi Noem and President Trump respond to corporate media lies that they withheld disaster relief from Texas. They're just, after historic 4th of July floods, they're just trying to point in this direction. Richard simply points out the CIA director smirks and exhales like a man watching his manipulation pay off as Trump announces yet another round of weapons for Ukraine. Ratcliffe's expression says it all. He's right there. Look at this guy. This was never a surprise. It was the script from day one. The deep state didn't lose control for a second, and Trump's just another mouthpiece reciting their lies on cue. But look over there. Here, interestingly, we just talked about this. It's in the show that we already included. The one with Bongino in the front. I think it's the last one we did. We talked about the Rainmaker point, the idea of potentially using this, the overlap with Texas and whether that's the case, but which really ended up becoming a larger story about how AI is causing the need for a shocking amount of fresh water to run all the things they're doing, which seems like a guaranteed situation where it's not sustainable. So the question is, are they using this to make rain? And the answer is yes. That's proven. He admits that. But the question then becomes, are they doing that or did they beyond July 2nd? Because he admits in more than one case that they did great cloud seed in Texas on July 2nd. He claims it doesn't have an effect for the 4th. You can decide. The question is there more going on there or even a larger? But funny enough, all of a sudden he goes on InfoWars. So allegedly the Rainmaker CEO is going to be on Alex Jones' show. And Owens already said he doesn't think the weather modification company had anything to do with the recent floods. Funny how that's the way you go when in every other context, they'll lean into anything to make that case for the narrative. But now because he's somebody who is this Lucky Palmer, Anduril, Palantir lookalike, which is part of the same kind of direction, suddenly it's okay. Here, Donald Trump responds very weirdly to a question about Texas. All this rings very strange to me. So basically, a reporter says families are upset that the flood warnings did not go in effect in the time they should have. And the way he responds is not just defensive. It's, I don't know. You tell me what you think this is. It's very odd.
Here with CBS News Texas, several families we've heard from are obviously upset because they say that those warnings, those alerts didn't go out in time, and they also say that people could have been saved. What do you say to those families?
Okay, so first of all, before he answers, is that not exactly what he and his followers do every single moment that Biden has any kind of event like this? And in many cases, rightly so, right? That North Carolina, whatever. Okay, so the point is, it's not unacceptable. It's not somehow lacking decorum. It's not like outside the realm of allowance to question whether or not you conducted yourself properly during an emergency, right? I mean, they have driven that claim in many cases that aren't even valid. He has said things that aren't valid. And so she stands up and says, I spoke to people in Texas who said that didn't happen. You can't get more valid than that for all of those points. They have people that live there that said that they didn't go off when it was supposed to. So he says, what about that? The way he responds is very telling.
Well, I think everyone did an incredible job under the circumstances. This was, I guess Christy said, a 1 in 500, 1 in 1,000 years. And I just have admiration for the job that everybody did. There was just admiration. The only bad person would ask a question like that, to be honest with you. I don't know.
Only a bad person would ask a question like that? How dare you represent the people in Texas that have an opinion about what you did? How dare you? That's just sad.
Who you are, but only a very bad person would ask a question like that, to be honest with you. I don't know who you are, but only a very evil person would ask a question like that. I think
evil. And of course, he always has to do this like, who are you? I don't even know. Even though he usually does, and he does that to make them feel stupid because he's a child, like most politicians, like most presidents we've had.
I think this has been heroism. This has been incredible, really, the job you've all done.
Okay, so that wasn't the question, Trump. She didn't downplay or dismiss everything else that happened. Asked a very pointed and specific question about something that I pick up on clearly probably has relevance. That's why the same way he responds with Epstein, defensive, dismissive. Maybe there's something to that story. Maybe the alert didn't go off on time. Can you imagine if it was Biden that did that? They've turned it into some conspiracy about lithium or something or whatever else, even though those things should be asked. But it's very telling, isn't it?
It's easy to sit back and say, oh, what could have happened here or there, you know.
He's talking about people in Texas who have those complaints. Now you're dismissing American opinions? You get the point. It's the same point across the whole conversation, that if this is sad, embarrassing, dismissive, and all you're really doing is acting like that person's evil for asking a valid question, and all of his followers will cheer along because that's what you're supposed to do. Had it been Biden in that situation with the exact same circumstances, they would have been building it into the biggest thing ever. You all know this. Same thing on either side of the partisan game.
Maybe we could have done something differently. This was a thing that has never happened before.
It's the idea, 1 in 1,000, very much disputed about the reality of that.
Nobody's ever seen anything. I've never seen anything like this. I've gone to some real bad ones.
We looked up the reality of the weather. Yeah, my point about this is record rainfall and flooding. We've seen a lot of places across the country. That's why I thought I overlapped it with the possibility of whether that might be something that's being done with the AI point. It makes sense. Consider it. But my point, when you look into the information, the way that they're trying to make it out to be some unicorn, I mean, it's dishonest framing, in my opinion.
I've never seen anything like this. So,
oh, you mean except for the other many places it's happening in the country at the same time? Yeah, never before.
I admire you, and I consider you heroes and heroine, and I think you've done an amazing job.
That's very woke of you, Trump. Way to be equal about it. So David Icke says, this man is an empathy-deleted, self-obsessed, psychopathic buffoon in disgrace. It was a legitimate question. The very evil person was the one posed the question, not the one who asked it. Like all cult leaders, we have the constant what is that? Soup lap? How do you say that? Let me look it up. I always say this. It's funny when you read something.
Superlative.
Oh, okay. Superlative. See, that's so strange. Like I was just going to say, it's so weird when you read something and then, you basically something you've never, it's just interesting how that works. So basically, as it said, to give it exactly, so I'm not misquoting it, something of the highest possible excellence, superlative. In any case, like all court leaders, we have the constant superlatives, like never anything before. Like that's I say hyperbolic. Same kind of idea. Like just it's it's not true, right? The idea that everything's always the biggest. Like that's what he says about the things he does. Never before seen, like more than any country I've ever seen in history of any country ever existed. When really it's not. Honestly, it's a sign of weakness. It is. It's a sign of weakness to constantly have to build up yourself in dishonest ways. It's like I said, when you pound your chest and say, I'm strong, usually you're the weakest one in the room. Psychopathic, sociopathic moron, he says, the most ridiculous, corrupt president in American history, and think of the competition. I agree with that. Now, Stephen Miller, of course, again, let this sink in. Los Angeles is waging insurrection against the federal government. So here's Stephen Miller, while all that's going on, trying to go look over there, insurrection, divide the country, collapse. That's what Zionism needs for the end times. The bottom line is calling this insurrection while people push back against an illegitimate practice. That's not about getting rid of deporting illegal aliens and going through the proper process. That is the legal reality. That's not what's happening. If you haven't come to terms with that yet, you're either dishonest or blind. Caroline Leavitt says, Trump hits a home run with June's drop report. Wow. Oh my God. I mean, what an incredible story. We just blown away. just talk about desperation. A home run with the numbers you randomly put together that we don't trust. I mean, it's just so fun. Jobs reports or unemployment. Don't we all know by now that they alter and manipulate and contort these things to make it, they lie all the time. But even if they're absolutely accurate, yay, the jobs report. I mean, this matters to plenty of circumstances and people, but in this moment, tell me that's not sad. Lastly, since we'll wrap this up. I wasn't sure if I was going to get to all this, but we're under 4 hours. Let's finish it up. And the ending point, guys, is to simply continue to show you that Israel, in many obvious ways, is influencing, if not controlling, U.S. policy. Which, by the way, is what I've been talking about for a very long time, and not some conspiratorial way, using facts. And at one point, not too long ago, one very particular person who we got into it with called me a white supremacist, a neo-Nazi, for pointing out what even he now seems to point out. Not worth getting into, because I've never got an apology, but hopefully some of these people have come to the reality that, yeah, maybe saying that the government was occupied was not some trope from a Nazi discussion board, was an obvious example and point through evidence that our government is being influenced by a foreign government. Jews don't even come into the conversation other than overlapping it with Zionism and in Israel or anywhere in the world where Zionists are manipulating the Jewish religion. It happens in Christianity. It even happens in atheism, as even weirdly, what's his name? Sam Harris just basically made that point for me, coming out and admitting as an atheist that he's Zionist, because thank you for making the point. But the reality, guys, it is on display. As Patrick Henderson points out, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth meets with Israeli Prime Minister at the Pentagon. It's like they go tag team back and forth. One flies there, one flies back, one flies there, one flies back, almost like they're working in tandem. And Patrick Henningsen said, although it's being fronted by a Fox News weekend host, the real question rises, is Mossad running the Pentagon? This is just them sitting down. We already showed you, but I figured it's worth playing again, the one we just played. Literally about the Pentagon.
It's unquestionable that the Epstein business was heavily influenced, let me put it that way, by Mossad.
And so that's somehow emblematic on these huge geopolitical issues.
Yes, I watched Mossad take over the Pentagon. In 2002, the Pentagon was infiltrated by Mossad. They did not need any identification to get through the river entrance of the building. They went upstairs to Douglas Feith, the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, the third most powerful man in the Defense Department. Occasionally, they went to the second most powerful man, Paul Wolfowitz, the Deputy Secretary of Defense, and they had run of the Pentagon. Donald Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, said to my boss one time, hell, I don't run my building. Mossad does.
It's just wild how much evidence that we have. Now, I'm going to play this clip. It's about 5 minutes, but I figured let's play it. Let's just get it all out there today. And it's a great clip put together by a Gen X girl, who, by the way, put this out in 2024 about Susie Wiles, who at the time we were also very critical of, like we were with a lot of them in the many different ways, including connections to Israel. This one is now becoming even more relevant, seeing as how it just came out even more so that it seems that Susie Wiles, Trump's chief of staff, is potentially the handler aspect of a lot of this coming from the Israeli direction. We're also going to show you a clip about Patel Cash Patel, and the question being posed from James Lee about whether his girlfriend is a Mossad agent and whether that somehow influenced his current situation. And then we're going to wrap up with a couple points about where we currently are.
I was texting last evening to Susie Wiles, who is the chairperson of President Trump's campaign. She is a strong believer. She often tunes in with us here at Prestonwood to watch and to experience worship with us. She's a good friend, and she's one of those smart conservative women who's leading this campaign.
And in Genesis chapter 6 and verse 7 and verse 11, it speaks of this violence which can be, Hamas is the word, and it literally means not only violence, but evil violence. And so Hamas, the word is in the Hebrew text of the Old Testament. And therefore, it's just a reminder to us that the evil violence of this age, when we see this kind of the beheading of babies, the execution of families, the burning alive of people, all the travesties and tragedies that
all of which didn't happen, by the way, in case you forgot,
that have been reported and proven by this atrocious, these people, Hamas these are mass murderers. They are demon-possessed evildoers. There's no nuance to this as to who Hamas is and what they are about. They are, people say, can't we just have peace? Can't we just get a truce? You can't find peace, or, you can't develop a relationship with people who want to kill you and really deny your even right to exist.
Yeah, Palestinians know that well, even though they still try.
You can't negotiate with evil.
Now, my point that I always make about this is that in my opinion, you can never call yourself a man of God or a woman of God if you, no matter the narrative, support what's going on in Gaza. I don't care I don't care if you argue every child's got 17 guns strapped to their back. The idea that you're okay with that many children being killed in any context, you're not a man of God. I'm sorry. It's just not, that is, my point is, if you look at any of these, whether Judaism or Christianity or any of it, if you actually look at the reality of it, there's no place in which you support, death in any real context other than the idea of, in specific biblical dynamic. My point is just make it simple. Children, bombing, people being killed, children, women, elderly. How you somehow contort that into being because bad guy. It's like looking at somebody like Rabbi Shmuley and acting like this person actually represents anything good. These are horrible people who spout horrible, racist, hateful things all the time. It's just a simple reality, guys. And it's not to say the other side's necessarily good in any context. The point is just to acknowledge that people like this that stand up and say, I support that ongoing genocide. There's something wrong with you.
And so God didn't negotiate with evil. No. God destroyed everyone in that generation because of Hamas, because of the evil doings and the evil violence of that age. That was the signature sign that Jesus gave us of the last days.
We have a great love for Israel. And God gave us his word through the Jewish people, and God gave us the Messiah through the Jewish people. And whether in this country and certainly in the place that God has given Israel, the state of Israel, the nation of Israel.
Say, well, who has he got around him? Then you look at his campaign manager, who is also in charge of his PAC, the person who by any and all accounts controls all access to Trump, and who, most importantly, apparently controls his schedule to an extent. And again, if anybody who ever works with anybody who's got any authority or power knows that if you really want to know who's controlling the day, it's the person who's managing the schedule, right? So I look around and I start seeing Susie Wiles' name, and I see it over and over. And I keep saying, well, people say to me, hey, we're trying to get with Trump. Can you help? And I say, well, no, I can't help. I got no connections. But what's the problem? They said, well, this Susie Wiles character won't let us in. Okay, well, why is that? You're a MAGA guy. Why can't you get in? They said she won't let us. So I started looking into this woman, right? And again, in charge of Trump's campaign and his PAC, arguably his closest advisor, when I asked my friends who are close to Trump, they say you don't get a meeting without Trump unless she's in the room. You don't get a phone call unless she's in the room. She's omnipresent. And I said, okay, well, what's her story? So I look her up and I start doing some research. And we find out that, first of all, there's some real questions about her related to DeSantis and her work with DeSantis and some of the others. Some questions about whether she was loyal, whether she was shady, whether she was this, she was that. But right there, what you're showing is the key. Mercury, right? So she's the co-chair for a company called Mercury LLC, Florida, DC offices. Mercury LLC is key. If you look at Mercury LLC, while she's working with Donald Trump, she's also getting paid to work for Mercury LLC. Well, Mercury LLC is the uniparty swamp, okay? Mercury LLC represents Gavi, they represent the UN Foundation, they represent Pfizer, they represent Gilead, they represent...
Hope you're listening. We've talked about this. Like every other example in this crowd, right? The point from my opinion is that this is about whether it's compromise in its own way. The bigger picture, other than the other connections we're discussing, is that just that you've been lied to, and to acknowledge that these people, the entirety of what you're being sold is not what you were promised.
All of these groups. So these guys, what they'll do is you've got these consulting firms. They represent Democrats, they represent Republicans. If you want to get elected, you work with them. That's right. They're the uniparty. They're the reason that it doesn't matter whether you're a D or R, you do the same thing. Because if you want to get elected, you support their causes. What are their causes? Well, look at their clients. In this case, with Mercury, you got Gilead, you've got Pfizer, you got the Gavi, anyone that's all about controlling our genome and destroying us with these mRNA poisons and other genetic modifying type things. These guys are all working with Mercury.
Very interesting. Now, the bottom line, guys, if we can't see by now that, the Bondi Pfizer overlap, it goes in so many different directions. It just have to understand. We have to be honest about what we can see right now. And, whether you think it's connected with Israel or not, the reality of how we are being led down a path that, at the very least, people were we're being sold the idea of what we want, what they want you to think this is, and then taking a completely different step forward, going in a completely different direction. And just, so many go, oh, but I hope that just doesn't, there must be something that explains why he took that. Maybe he'll circle back later. Instead of doing that, just go, that was the wrong step. That is a bad path. That's not what we were promised. And still hope, still support if that's what you want. But just recognize that I think what my opinion is that this really is where we're at. Whether it's an individual dynamic of one person and one person, whether it's a blackmail dynamic, whether it's Epstein never really went away, however you want to look at it, I think it's very obvious that our policy is being dictated by these kind of outside forces. Here's what James Lee just was highlighting around Kash Patel.
Director of the FBI caught up in an Israeli honeypot operation. All right, here's the context. Quote, some social media users have wondered whether the FBI and the U.S. Justice Department's refusal to release the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients could have something to do with Alexis Wilkins, the 26-year-old girlfriend of 45-year-old FBI Director Kash Patel. This is what people online are pointing to, the fact that Patel's girlfriend, Alexis Wilkins, works for PragerU, which is a media company that supposedly espouses American values, except for the fact that it is run by a former Israeli military intelligence officer. Now, I did a bunch of digging, and unfortunately, there's actually not a lot of public information to go off of in terms of Alexis Wilkins' background. Now, what I was able to find is that her father worked for Gillette and that her mother was in aerospace and pharmaceuticals. It also says that they lived in England and Switzerland before settling in Fayetteville, Arkansas when she was 9. It also says that she attended College du Le Monde International School in Switzerland. Now, interestingly, ChatGPT is calling this a strange biographical gap in that she has no visible friend network or public high school college cohort interviews, which they say is unusual for a public figure in entertainment, and that if a Mossad asset were inserted early in life, these gaps would be precisely where you'd hide alternate history or handler training. Dr. Simon Goddick says that Alexis Wilkins is nearly 20 years younger than Kash and also works for an NGO that's basically Israeli intelligence, that's PragerU that he's referring to, and he says, seriously, why would an attractive young woman date a not-so-attractive Indian American? Classic honeypot. I mean, I don't know. Who are we to really judge what people are attracted to and not attracted to? Anyway, I'm not sure what's true or what's not true, but evidently these are, quote, classic elements used in honeypot operations: soft power, ideological alignment, and sexual emotional entanglement. Let me know what you think.
Yeah, worth considering. Now, you also have to consider that, people, we tend to ascribe intentions. Like they do this because they're fighting for America because they said so. Maybe. Or maybe they just want power. Maybe they just want control. Maybe they just want to find a hot girl. They just want the position so they can get the girl. My point is that I get that sense from all of these people. They'll feed you whatever narrative they think you want to hear. But at the end of the day, maybe he's not really concerned with the outcome. He doesn't care about the Epstein list. He just cares about saying what you think you want to hear. And so even if this woman is working for, he doesn't care that he's getting the benefit of it all. You have to consider that that's a part of this, that a lot of these people just want to be in the know, in the inside. They want to gain. And so it's not even like they're being fooled into this trap. Some of them just don't care. I think that's worth considering. Now, last few points, just what we're seeing. Here's Arsen Ostrovsky, the fake human rights lawyer, saying, and just quoting Netanyahu because they love to shove it in your face. In the entirety of 77 years of Israel's history, this is what Netanyahu said. There's never been the degree of coordination, cooperation, and trust between the U.S. and Israel that we have today. And I credit President Trump with this extraordinary achievement. Now, whether you agree with it or not, that's not what Americans want. The vast, vast, vast majority, despite the inner circle, despite the screaming Zionists pretending they represent America. Guys, it's not what conservatives want. But he stands up and goes, we control. We have more influence ever before. I simply said, #winning. Same thing, Hegseth on the 9th. Today, I hosted Prime Minister Netanyahu to honor the historic success of Operation Midnight Hammer, which wasn't a success, and to celebrate Israel's special partnership with the United States. What a creepy way to frame that. This person's supposed to be in prison. You're obligated by the ICC and the ICJ to do something about that, but they don't care, guys, because they're part of the problem. Daniel McAdams, send this liar and murderer back home. Here he goes on the 10th and goes on Fox News and starts to tell people in America, Iran wants to acquire long-range missiles with warheads to attack every American. Right back to his dutiful talking points. Guys, how do we not see what's going on? I'll leave you with this. Caroline Leavitt says, Trump deserves the Nobel Peace Prize. He's achieved more than those who've won before. Oh my God. And puts this out. A peace prize with a picture next to the most wanted and notorious person on the planet. Imagine being so desperate as to write this while the picture you're showing is of Trump next to the most reviled genocidal monster on the planet, currently committing genocide, and who's literally bombing starving children as you smile next to him with your bombs, surveillance, and artificial intelligence. How is that not desperation? Guys, they know you see this. They know we're calling it out. And the best they can do is go, look at the jobs numbers. Nobel Peace Prize. Well, most of the world is going terrorist. Put them in jail. I mean, guys, it's not about left or right or Trump versus Biden. It's about the people in the world recognizing what the U.S. government, not the American people, the American government is responsible for, is doing. Whether it's because they're compromised or because they're the ones leading this, calling the shots. The point is the world is not buying it. Hasn't been for a long time. But for the first time in my doing this, I'm seeing more Americans than I've ever seen begin to call it out. Now, what do I expect? Tomorrow, the next day, very quickly, if not right now, another partisan-driven chaos narrative to drive people back into the conversation. And probably not the majority, but just enough. And chip by chip and moment by moment, they'll drive people back in to the same old thing. Is that what you want? It's not what I want. I don't believe most people out there want that at all. So don't let it happen. Thank you for tuning in. Please support this platform. Under attack every day. We put this out for free because we believe in the content. If it means something to you, if you find value in this, show us what it means to you. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.